Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the database. Welcome to the database working group. Glad to see that everybody's up early this morning, especially after the activities last night. So thank you all for attending. We have an exciting agenda today. We're going to go through our NWI updates. Ed's going to give his operational update. We have a couple of interesting presentations, one on Geoloc within RDAP, and we have the Tuple impact analysis, which is something we've talked about for quite some time. So I wanted to thank RIPE NCC for scribing this meeting and being the secretariat. And thanks to the AV team for helping us out and making sure that everything goes smoothly. With everything, we'll jump right into it. And so also wanted to introduce our new co-chair, David. So he's going to come up and give us our NWI update. And welcome, David.
Yeah, so hi everyone. As many of you know, we, unlike other working groups, have something called numbered work items. And I've got a couple of updates since RIPE 85 I'd like to talk about. An NWI is basically a numbered work item, relatively similar to a ticket. We have a defined process where the working group participant approaches the working group chairs with a loose problem definition. The chairs can decide whether or not to accept that loose problem definition, and if they if they decide to accept it, they return it to the working group mailing list, where a more final problem definition is defined. The working group participants and the NCC will then develop a solution definition. The NCC will go ahead and implement that definition and deploy the necessary changes, and then the NWI is completed. During the entire process, it's possible that the working group chairs cancel the NWI, for example, when it's deemed no longer necessary. Starting with NWI 2, it concerns displaying historical data of deleted objects where available. Maria from the RIPE NCC presented a legal analysis at RIPE 84, going over, among other things, potential privacy concerns and questions regarding the scope and requirements of this NWI. A more tangible problem definition might be required. Continuing with NWI 4, the fundamental problem is that objects cannot have multiple status values at once. So for example, an INetNum allocation cannot be assigned as a whole because that requires the same object to have to be assigned and allocated at the same time. The NCC has already published an impact analysis, and Edward will go into more detail later. NWI 10 added the country attribute to organization objects. This attribute has been added and autofilled by the NCC, so this NWI is now completed. NWI 12 concerns the implementation of NRTM v4 in RIPE Whois. NRTM is a protocol used to synchronize between different registries, and the implementation is about 99.95% finished. We can probably consider this NWI finished, and Edward will go into more detail in his operational update. NWI 13 added geolocation attributes, allowing operators to specify the rough or accurate location of IP addresses. The NCC has agreed to proceed with GeoFeed in the 168th Executive Board meeting, and the attributes are available now. I'm sure many of you have already seen this, but it looks something like this in action. You simply add the GeoFeed attribute pointing to a URL, which serves a standardized CSV, or you can add the geolog attribute specifying coordinates as floats. With NWI 14, it's about protecting references to objects in the RIPE database. So it added the optional MNT-ref attribute to some objects like person, role, maintainer, or IIT. And this can prevent an organization's contacts being used in the wrong organization. So it's just a little anti-abuse measure. Now, since the amount of activity on the mailing list varies quite a lot, I'd like to ask, do we as co-chairs need to change something? Do we need to change how we work with NWIs? Do we need to change the entire process? Would the working group like to try interim sessions on Zoom? I've already talked to the NCC, and organizing them shouldn't be a problem. Do you think something's missing? Do we need anything to work more effectively, or do you think everything's fine and we're just worrying about nothing? So I'd like to start a discussion if anyone wants to comment Nice. All right. That was the NWI update.
Up next, we have Ed with our operational update.
Hello, good morning and welcome. My name is Ed Shryane. I'm a software engineer for the database team at the RIPE NCC, and I'm presenting on behalf of the team. Sorry, we are 5 people now in the team, and we are, so this is the result of their work since the last RIPE meeting, and I'd like to thank them for their effort in contributing to all of this. Progress since RIPE 86. First of all, we've had 3 Whois releases. 1.107 in June, where we added NWI 14, which, as David said, we're adding the MNT-ref to maintainer, person role, and IRT types. So if you want to protect references to those object types, you can now use MNT-ref there. We made improvements to NRTM version 4. Version 1.108 in September, we made more changes, improvements to the full text search API and index improvements. So we fixed edge cases in separating words in the API, and we improved how we index objects, how we structure the index. And finally, 1.109 in November. It's due in production next week, next Monday. We've now removed prefix validation on the geofeed attribute following an executive board decision. Geolocation is now a purpose of the RIPE database. We implemented the RDAP redaction feature, and I'll speak more about that in a minute. We now support HTTP basic authentication and also client certificate authentication. Whois outages. We had 2 Whois outages since the last RIPE meeting, and they're both related to mail updates. In June, there were intermittent delays due to a locking issue. We use a lock to claim and process incoming mail updates, and we found that lock contention failed in Whois rather than retrying. So we put a workaround in place. Unfortunately, on the 28th of August, mail updates was again delayed due to a manual workaround, due to the first outage. And we didn't know because monitoring didn't alert us. Now the underlying issue is fixed, and monitoring is now also fixed, so there shouldn't be a reoccurrence of that. So some statistics on Whois features. Regular abuse C validation. As Marco presented yesterday morning, we now have 93,000 abuse C addresses, and we're on track to complete validation of all those addresses by the end of the year. RPKI, we have 2 cleanup jobs to reduce the size of the non-auths database. We've deleted just over 400 objects since the last RIPE meeting. NWI 8, which is synchronizing the LIR portal users. It's a useful feature where you can check a box in the portal to synchronize your portal users into the default maintainer in the RIPE database, so you can use the same SSO account for authenticating and maintaining your objects in the RIPE database as you would use in the portal. And just over 1,500 LIRs now are using that. And finally, the NWI-9, now the NRTM service is open. Almost 500 clients are using the NRTM, which is version 3, the classic NRTM in production. We have done 2 cleanup remarks jobs. First, we removed the non-authentication remarks, which are there for almost 20 years, affecting just over 600 objects. And secondly, we removed the rev SRV attribute, which was removed in 2009, affecting nearly 35,000. And in both cases, we were sure to notify the working group and also email maintainers before and after the changes, so people were kept informed. Operational work. So behind the scenes, we've done some improvements operationally. We're now doing better monitoring inside our applications, so we can have more insight into how the application is behaving. Previously, we've had a lot of OS monitoring, but nothing within the application. So now we have a better view of memory usage, CPU usage, threading, so we can keep an eye on that operationally, and also for feature changes as well. We can see the impact in production. We're doing more frequent server and application patching. We're using the latest long-term support versions of Java and MariaDB. We're also more frequently patching our all of our environments, the OS. We are, as part of the Whois work, we're migrating our applications to use HTTPS in the backend rather than in the load balancer. That has some advantages for us because we have more control over TLS. We can turn on and off features. We can control better the algorithms and TLS versions that we support. And we can also do better fine-grained support of certificates. We're using Let's Encrypt now, automating the certificate rotation. Certificates are per server and per name, so we will be phasing out the star certificate for the DB subdomain. And finally, now we have a procedure for password rotation. We are now rotating all database passwords regularly. The web application. Now, after announcing at the last RDAP meeting, the web application is now open source. The link is there. It's on GitHub. We completed an external security review. There was no major issues found. We also did a code cleanup, so please go have a look. We think it's important that we work in the open, that our code and our work is visible for review and feedback, and that you can keep track of changes rather than waiting for an operational update. You can see as we land features and deploy them. You can see bug fixes and feature changes. We are also supporting unsupported browsers better. So previously, really old browsers would display a blank page if the framework we're using didn't start. Now we detect that and we display a message asking you to upgrade your browser. Secondly, the framework generally only supports the latest versions of major browsers. When we saw that just a little bit further back, like browsers even from 2001 fell out of support. So we'd like to improve that. So we fixed it by allowing the application to still start, but we display a banner rather than stopping people from continuing. Encouraging people to update, but there are plenty of users on older browsers, and for various reasons they may not be able to update, so they should still be allowed to use the web application. Also, we're now filtering maintainers by selected organization. This affects users with multiple LIRs. Previously in the web application, you would always get all of your maintainers, which could be annoying because you'd have to then edit and remove them again, depending on your organization. Now we're a little bit smarter, depending on your selected organization. If you have a default maintainer, we'll just use that and filter out the others. And finally, a minor improvement, but on the query page, it's possible to use flags in the input field. Now you can also share those results with others, so that the page is a little bit more useful when you're using flags. RIPE database documentation, as previously mentioned, we've now completed our migration from the old DB support page on the website. The goal here was to try and get all of the documentation together in one place, do a review of anything that's outdated, and make it more maintainable. So all the documentation is now in Markdown format. We've published the source code, although this time the text is under a non-commercial license. If you want to use it commercially, you need to talk to the REP and CC. And planned, we are going to move our documentation to a specific standalone website, docs.db.ripe.net. We had been using the web application website for convenience, but I think it makes sense that the documentation is standalone. RDAP, we've made a number of improvements there. The registration data access protocol, it's a Next generation WHOIS using more modern standards such as HTTPS and JSON. There's a cross RIR effort to fill in the gaps between the existing RDAP and WHOIS. One of these is redacted fields. So we're documenting in the RDAP response what's missing. And in particular email, we're filtering out email by default because we don't want to block you for querying for personal data. So we will now tell you that we're filtering out email, for example, in the redaction element. A point to note is that we're using the redaction by removal. There's different types of redaction documented in the draft RFC. That's what we're doing. Yeah, as mentioned, we are filtering email addresses now to match the behavior in port 43 and to make sure that you don't get blocked for using RDAP. And email is in redacted. Magnus at the last RIPE meeting pointed out he wanted to see some improvements in the documentation for RDAP. We have updated the README to document the redacted feature, and we've started to document better the differences with the standard RDAP RFCs and why the differences are there, but also we're making another effort now to review the differences and to try and reconcile them. Some of them are more difficult than others, but we're going to try again to reconcile with the spec and also between the behavior between the different RIRs, that we are consistent also with what the other RIRs are doing. Finally, well, also the last word on the full text search API, we've been improving that over the previous months. The API is there for direct use by end users. You don't need to go through the website. The API is better documented, so you can use it directly. But we've also improved the web interface and various bug fixes that are reported by our users. So thank you for that. I think it's now a much better service. Client certificate authentication, this will be added next week. We're planning to turn this on next week. It was requested by our community quite a while ago, and we did have a trial implementation which depended on our load balancer, but there were shortcomings. But now we've implemented it in the back end. We are completely in control of the certificate, the authentication process, and also the HTTPS pipeline makes it a bit easier. I've documented here an example. So we support self-signed certificates as well as the certificates with a root trust. To try this out, it's already in our release candidate environment. Procedure is pretty straightforward. Why would you want to do this? You're not sharing secrets with the RIPE NCC or in transit. So you can create a certificate with a private key. You share the certificate, which is public, in the RIPE database. And you can authenticate using your certificate and key in the TLS negotiation when you make a request. Yeah, it's more secure because you're not sharing a secret. So the procedure would be to create a certificate or purchase a certificate. You copy the certificate to a key cert object, so you print out your certificate text, you put it into a key cert object. You link your key cert object to the maintainer. And then you can use, there's broad support for client certificates in HTTP clients. So you would, for example, using curl, there are a couple of parameters to specify your key and your cert, and you can authenticate updates. Number of work items. David has mostly covered this already, but very quickly, mostly I want to talk about NWI 12, which is NRTM version 4. It's mostly feature complete. I would suggest that it's quite usable now. Snapshots are there. The notification file is there. Signing is there. Delta files are there. Key rollover is one thing. As Sasha discussed on the client side, Sasha is working on adding NRTM support to IRD. One thing we need to test is a key rollover, which we will need in the next year. So according to the spec, we need to do a key rollover at least once a year. But yeah, what we support now, it's already turned on in production, so you can already start using it. The URL is public. The sources are separated. We have the public key is separate. It's not served as part of the service itself, but it's published on the FTP site. And it's also in a release candidate environment. So you have more freedom in release candidate. You can test more more broadly there and try it out. Please let us know your feedback. Upcoming changes. So very briefly, there's more effort needed for cleaning up remarks attributes. Two things that are left over since last RDAP meeting. We want to do something about the ERX transfer, remove legacy remarks. But as Dennis pointed out, maybe the better we can also try to fix the data. It's 20 years old. It is data from early registrations. We asked our end users to fix the data themselves. If you feel strongly that we should be making an effort to fix this data instead of removing the remarks, please let us know. And secondly, references by name, that's a bit more straightforward, like the other jobs. We will notify the working group and the affected maintainers in advance before we do that. RIR search, this is another effort by the other RIRs. There's a draft RFC there to extend RDAP to support better searching for resources and also hierarchical searches, which is missing right now from RDAP. That's already in progress. We're working on that. So expected in a coming release. We are also going to add geofeed to RDAP. It's pretty straightforward draft RFC, I think 2 pages. So we are going to add geofeed there also, and it will be an additional profile in RDAP. And finally, in our web application, we want to warn when a route object conflicts with RPKI. You will get a banner above the route object if there's conflict with RPKI. And thanks to the RPKI team, we're working on that with them. Proposals. So very quickly, came up in the last. Sorry, Shane.
5, 6, 7. So a quick question. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, quick question. When you on the last slide, you're warning when a route object conflicts with RPKI. Is this going to be a background task that scans for this, or is this just during updates? Or
no, it's just during query, so not during update. So anyone can see it, not just the maintainer of the object. So it's for everybody. So you will see in the query response if there's conflict.
Interesting. I think as someone who's owning objects in the database or maintaining objects in the database, I think they'd be interested to know that, and they could actually do something about it. Whereas query might be interesting, but also not really much you can do about it.
Yes, that's definitely something that was on my mind because you may not be able to do anything about it, but I think it's better to be informed if you're using the information from that route to be aware that there's an RPKI ROAD that is conflicting with it. So I'm happy to take any feedback from the community on how best to do this, but right now the plan is to add it in the query output.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Shane.
Volk, when you say you are issuing the warning on queries, that means in the web interface.
Correct.
Maybe some API, but not the traditional GUIs.
Yes, correct. Yes, that's a good clarification. It's possible to do it in port 43 with a comment, but it could be disruptive if you're not expecting it. If it's a new comment, then you're parsing objects and comments. For now, we will just add it to the web output and the API output. There'll be a flag in the API response so you can detect it. Thank you, Rudiger. Proposals. Just 2 proposals. Massimo kind of pointed out in the last session that a country is currently mandatory in all resources, even though it's undefined. It can be set to anything by the resource maintainer. It's open to interpretation what it is. Maybe it should be optional rather than mandatory. So I'm happy to take feedback. I will write an email to the working group asking what people want there. And Yeah, I think it was last week. I wrote an email proposing that we add non-ASCII characters to names in the RIPE database. That's turned into a UTF-8 discussion about UTF-8. Hopefully that can be discussed further. But just to point out that there is an impact analysis there from last year on the pros and cons of doing UTF-8 in the RIPE database.
On essentially changing the syntax. I wonder whether, well, okay, the original RPSL actually had a pretty specific formal grammar for the syntax. And once in a while, in the past, I ran into problems because objects did not conform to the grammar. I'm not quite sure what techniques all of the tools that are used today are based on, but I think I would still like to see a good grammar for the resulting changed syntax. Not quite sure how easy that works with going to UTF-8, but I think real strong formal grounding for the syntax is a requirement.
Yes, thank you, Rudiger. I completely agree. This is something that the working group needs to decide on before we make any changes. The RFCs specify ASCII. We already allow non-ASCII in the database. There's Latin 1 allowed in description remarks, for example, not in names, not in primary keys. But it's something, yeah, we need to be careful of the impact. Because there is such wide use of port 43, 90% of our query traffic is still port 43. Our database dumps are still Latin 1. We do support UTF-8 in our REST API and in our web application, but most of our traffic still uses Latin 1 or ASCII. So yeah, we need to be careful before we make any changes. Thank you.
Hi, Harry Cross speaking on behalf of myself. Just a question on the client certificate side of things. Is there a plan to extend that to certificate authorities later down the line? Because I'm just thinking about potentially generating very short-lived certificates for sort of like a one-time update or something.
You mean that the RIPE NCC be their own certificate authority?
No, so that you can upload your certificate authority and then issue short-lived certificates from that to do your updates.
Yeah, yes, that's a great idea. Yeah, we could certainly support that. Thank you.
Marco Ditri, I wrote the Wiz client that everybody uses. Unfortunately, I actually implemented in the client that responses from the RIPE server are Latin 1. So returning UTF-8 will cause issues unless this is changed. While I totally support returning UTF-8, I don't have a strategy to deal with this in a good way right now.
Thank you, Marco. Now, just to keep in mind that, of course, UTF-8 is backward compatible. ASCII characters will still appear as ASCII characters, but anything else will change, and Latin 1 will no longer be Latin 1. So.
Yes, but the point is that the client will record the input, assuming it is Latin 1, and record it to whatever is the char set of the terminal.
Yes, and we can't tell the terminal. There's nothing in the protocol to tell the terminal the character set. So just changing from Latin 1 to UTF-8 is going to be a big change.
Sorry again. Other Wiz implementations used command line parameter on the query.
Great.
This could be a very good solution because it would allow clients to support UTF-8 at their own pace. This will solve everything.
Yes, that's a great idea because we already support converting from different character sets on update. We can do that on query as well. And if the client can tell us what character set they want, that would be a really nice solution. Yes.
I think that's a really good idea to have the client signal. And I propose we use the rocket emoji, dash rocket emoji as the signal for that.
Thanks for your suggestion. Okay, wrapping up, sorry for running over time. Just very quickly, the cloud consultation and the weeks that I optimistically said in the last at the last RIPE meeting has turned into months. But the cloud consultation document is now in review. We're taking some extra time to make sure that it's right and that it has enough detail for good feedback. And once it's ready, we will publish the working group for consultation. And secondly, we are conscious of cloud costs, and we are looking at the implications of our any cloud architecture against the budget for next year as well, because anything that we wanted to propose has to be realistic. Any further questions?
So we have a couple questions from Karla from One United. Is there any information on what objects have been changed in the process of it?
Well, and you can see in the database anything that's any organizations with LIR organizations or end user organizations with resources. NWI10 country codes are now mandatory there. So you can see there, if you can check the database. I can publish some numbers in the working group if yeah, that could save some effort. Yeah, those numbers we can come up with those.
Great. We have one more, Robert Scheck from ETS. Does the latest TLS version of Java and MariaDB mean Java 21 already?
Yeah, well, the LTS version of Java 21 is only LTS since middle of September, I believe. So we haven't had time to implement that, but we're working on it right now. So it's something that will come soon. We're currently using 17.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Mark Kosters talking about geolocation with RDAP.
So let me bring this down here. And I'm glad y'all can see me because a lot of times the podium's a little bit too tall. So anyways, Mark Kosters from ARIN, and I'm doing something a little bit different here. So this presentation has no graphics on it. So and this is very much sort of in the IETF sort of format.
What are the graphics in the lower left corner?
That wasn't ones I did. So I think that's part of the presentation material here. But anyways, so this is very much in sort of the IETF sort of realm, because this is something that has sort of come up since the last RIPE meeting. So Massimo Candela gave this presentation about geolocation, right, during the plenary. And it was pretty interesting. It was even more interesting afterwards on what was said at the mic. But it got us sort of thinking, so, you know, this stuff we've heard in various regional registry regions that, hey, maybe this is something that we all should do. So I'm bringing this to the floor, and I'm glad to see that Ed's already thinking about implementing this. So this is good. It's going through some review right now. It's I'm talking about this. It's already going to be in the slides, but this is in the IETF and going to be part of the working group. So let's go talk about our predecessors. Let's go ahead and talk about who is. So who is this ancient, right? And we've been trying to get rid of this puppy for years and years and years. And we all know the issues with this protocol. And we're talking about this today, talking about character sets and stuff that, hey, modern systems are already taken care of, but we're still dealing with 1980s technology for these things. So why aren't we thinking about doing a replacement? And there has been many attempts at replacements, right? So we have Whois++, we have RWhois, we have Iris, we have ARIN's Whois RWS, etc. Lots of people have tried to actually put this out. Finally, we have one that we think will stick, and that is RDAP. And here you can see the RFCs as specified, and it's actually a standard within the IETF now. all the regional registries actually have this deployed. What's interesting, how many of y'all know that the domain registries that have contracts with the ICANN are mandated to actually implement RDAP? A few. So this is coming. And who is for domain registries, who knows what's going to happen to it? I mean, it's really kind of a loss leader for them, right? So if I was them, I would probably turn it off. It's kind of not all that useful anyhow anymore, because almost everyone has stuff redacted for their domain registries. But it's happening, right? And we're right now, it's in the second phase where the ramp up period begins. And then we have the sunset date of January 28 of 2025, when you need to have RDAP implemented for the domain registries. And if you want to take a look at it, here's the URL below. You take a look at it and see if I'm actually, what I have on the screen is correct. I think it is, because I cut and paste. So you can see that, hey, this is something that maybe we should consider as we go forward with this. Hey, maybe Whois, which is a predominant share of all our traffic, all the regional registries traffic, the predominant share is actually with Whois, but someday RDAP may be taking over, and RDAP clients might be taking over in terms of actually querying for this information, which was traditionally done with Whois. So all the regional registries have this deployed. There was a survey done of all the implementations, and we discovered differences in how we did things, and we figured out a way forward. And this resulted in an RDAP profile specification. And here's the document for this. It is actually part of the ECG, where all the regional registries, tech guys and girls get together and try to figure this stuff out. So we've all agreed to it, and 4 of 5 RARs are now in compliance. So we all behave the same way. So, and the last RAR is planning on having this done Q1 of next year. So this is showing good momentum going forward with RDAP to replace Whois. So I'm hopeful that RDAP will be the replacement to Whois. And maybe in 5 years, we can look at this presentation and say, well, okay, you can still render it because it's all in ASCII-ish. And you can see it, and you can actually say, well, okay, this is actually what happened in years past. So let's talk about geofeed. So this is something that sort of intrigued me with what Massimo brought up at RIPE 86, and sort of said, okay, here's an interesting way of going forward, where the regional registries don't have to store any of this data. All they have to do is have basically a URI pointing to where to find this data. And RFC 9092 talks about using the remarks field, and now that's being replaced by the geofeed field. Is that right? So, which is fine, but not all of us are going to implement that between all the regional registries. So ARIN, for example, doesn't have remarks field in our Whois system, right? LACNIC doesn't use the same things as we do. So I'm not sure if this is actually the right way. It's a fine way of doing it, but I'm not sure if this is going to be the consistent way going forward to making this happen. So this is something that, hey, it's fine. Let's throw as many things to the wall and see what sticks. But this is something that we're all looking forward how things are working. So here's the proposal. And basically within RDAP, there's IP network class that includes a new geofeed member. And there you can see the geofeed member is very simple and includes privacy and security considerations within it. So this is being promoted within IETF, and that's one of the reasons why I made this presentation very unsexy. And it has a lot of good sort of forces going forward with it. People who have done previous drafts that have been working towards this like this idea and are intrigued by it, and so we're looking forward to seeing how this goes. And I was wondering if any of y'all had any questions about it, and see if this is something if you wanted to actually follow through on. And I'm glad to see that RIPE is actually doing this. Thank you very much, Ed. If you want to look at the references, you're more than welcome to. There's more work to be done here. But what do you guys think? Good idea? Okay, let me do it this way. Who thinks it's a bad idea? I'm not seeing anyone thinking this is a bad idea, so I think this is a go. All right, well, thank you very much, and I think I saved a little bit of time. All right.
Thank you, Mark. Ed, you're back up. NWI4, tuple impact analysis.
Okay, I'll be very brief this time. I'd like to just briefly explain the requirements for NWI4, the two impact analysis that have been done so far, and I'd like to get out of the way to encourage some discussion on the best way forward. So the background is that particularly with smaller allocations now, there's more of a need for single assignments within that allocation. The requirement is to create an assignment, allow an assignment that is the same size as an allocation, where you have a single assignment. Currently, there is a workaround where you have to split your one assignment into two. So for example, for /24, you need to make two /25s, which is a bit of a hack. So ideally, yeah, we should allow support an assignment that's the same size in the RDAP database. So the first idea was to add a new status value, allocated assigned PA. So combine the allocation and assignment together into one object. Published the impact analysis last year. One of the major drawbacks, though, is the advantage is that it's super straightforward and simple to implement and to understand. But the downsides are multiple downsides. The INET must maintain co-maintained between the RIPE NCC and the LIR, the current allocation structure, and not by the end user. So the end user doesn't have any input to putting their own data in there. Assignments often have a different maintained by than the allocation. So that I found that in over 1/3 of the assignments have a different maintained by presumably the end user. And of course, an assignment can have different organization, admin C, tech C contacts in there. So combining all this into one object, it's going to be tricky. Also, secondly, client software must interpret the new status as both an allocation and an assignment. So if they see this value, they need to understand that it's an allocation and it's also an assignment. So if you're counting allocations, this object should also count. If you're looking for an assignment, this also should be included. There was a comment at the last RIPE meeting expressing a preference for a tuple, to use a tuple, combine the primary key, status and prefix, rather than simply changing the status. And it turns out we already do that in a different way. Route and Route 6 objects, we already use a tuple of the prefix and the origin. We could absolutely do this for INET nums as well. And that would allow multiple objects with the same prefix in the database. Published an impact analysis in September. As I said, there's a precedent in route objects. Also, clients need to be updated to be aware of this tuple. And I think one of the major drawbacks is that RDAP, the way the RDAP is specified, it doesn't expect a tuple in an IP object. So you can't query for an object like this using RDAP. So there are the two options so far. Can I open up to questions, suggestions, comments? How do we move forward? Okay.
And anyone awake?
Okay. Well, if there's no discussion at this time, I'd really invite people to take part in the working group mailing list. I'd really appreciate any feedback. We're stuck between two choices with downsides to implement this. We can pick one of them, but it's for the community to decide. I'd love to hear what you think. Oh, great. Thank you, Rudiger.
Hi, good morning. you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, was a phone call, previous work. Ed, thank you very much for this the detailed impact analysis. I'm still in full support of the Tuple solution. The right database should really, the content should match as close as possible to what's happening in real life. And software updates happen all the time. I'm considering this to be one of them.
Okay, thank you. So if there's no more comments, I'll leave it at that. Yeah, and then back to the mailing list. But yeah, for a way forwards, we need a decision from the working group. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ed. So with that, that wraps up our agenda. The last item on our agenda is any other business. So if anyone has any other business, please come to the mics and bring that up. Now that there's a few more folks in the room from when we started, also wanted to propose a couple of ideas that David did in his presentation at the beginning. One of those is, does it make sense as a working group for us to set up interim calls or other types of contact points between meetings as a way to foster communication, as a way for us to better conduct business and provide feedback, especially when feedback might be interesting for smaller groups who maybe care about a specific topic that the entire working group may not. And within that, I know we've had several topics that have fit in that bucket recently, where we've had a few vocal voices that were very interested in something specific. So with that, I would open up and ask Shane.
Hi, Shane Kerr again, IBM. Yeah, I think if you're gonna want to actually get work done, that's a really good idea. The time between meetings is just too long. These meetings are great venues for lots of kind of information sharing and raising points like that. But to have the kind of detailed discussion that you're gonna need, you kind of just want to have people sitting in a room, or more likely sitting on a Zoom session and looking at a document and going through point by point, which I think it's perfectly fine, but it doesn't fit this style of work. So yeah,
Sure.
I think it's great. I think go for it.
Great, thank you.
Erik Buijs, goedemorgen. Yeah, I agree with Shane. You know, the amount of time waiting is just not practical. I think there are requirements for the working group to be updated.
Sure.
And people are vocal enough to specify if it goes into a direction or if they have questions on it. But please do not wait on us. You know, I think Ed has better things to do than waiting on feedback, which is not coming. And for the majority of the things, I would say it's silent consensus in that case.
Sure.
Yeah.
Hi, good morning. Miriam Kühne, Vibe Chair. I think it's a great idea. Really welcoming this this initiative. And other working groups have done similar interim sessions, and they've made great experience with that. And as I think the previous speakers both said, you know, the time between Vibe meetings can be quite long, and it's great to see some more engagement and activities in between. And the Vibe NCC is actually supporting this, so it's really easy for you to set that up. Just contact me and I'll help you out.
Great. Rudiger?
Questions. Did you have in mind something that is kind of regularly scheduled, which might be just once in the middle?
Sure.
Or well, okay, every other week or whatever, or something where kind of on demand when a certain topic is getting hot and demanding attention. Looking at IETF, I'm seeing some working groups there doing weekly scheduled stuff and others just on demand. And there seems, well, okay, it's actually a very different work style. Wonder which direction one would want to go here.
I mean, from my perspective, I would think that it makes sense to do a hybrid, which is maybe start with one meeting or two between meetings. And then from there, if we have topics that are hot, we can always, of course, schedule extras or get together groups. Obviously, everyone would be welcome. But if a group wanted to get together and set up an interim session, that to me would make sense as well. I think much of this is to the discretion of the working group. As a chair, not necessarily trying to dictate anything here, mostly just trying to facilitate communication and discussion, and from there go through. David, did you have some other comments?
Yeah, so the original idea was to schedule the first meeting sometime in December or early January. And then just see how the demand is, and yeah.
Go from there. Anyone object? Then we have silent consensus. Is there any other topics that anyone would like to bring to bear? Any other questions, concerns, issues about anything relating to the database? Going once. Looks like we're running a little early today. For once. Great. Well, thank you so much for everyone attending, especially since we have this new time slot early on Thursday morning, which I know is a little difficult for some. Within that, though, I also wanted to thank the AV team for all of their help. I wanted to thank RIPE NCC for being secretariat and also for being scribe, and the stenographer for helping us out with making sure everything's up on the screen so we can all keep up. So thank you very much. And with that, we'll adjourn. Thank you.
It's like, yeah, I left for, there was an RDAP, I left for the RDAP, so, okay, I still have something like 10 minutes, so I picked up the, and then, it was like, okay, it's adjourned. So, do you who also an email, or should I write any? Okay. Yeah, and, sorry for disturbing you. Yeah.
All my mix are 1 gig. I don't know what I'm gonna do with the flash. You only have 5 gigs, I know. I don't There'll be a brief period of great internet activity until a couple of them go strong, and then the cascade starts, and the sky is really jumping. Closer and closer and closer. So you have both the lighting, the green lights to tell you, and then you can give your countdown. Just like the proposal.
Well, and my screen is like terribly dirty because I mean, in English. Yes. Well, I got it actually in this batch, so. Yeah, I don't. I'm just. Yes.
H Vittoria Della. No, no. Pronto Franco, buongiorno. No, mi sono dimenticato di richiamarti quando sono uscito. Che dici? Quello sotto che non funzionava, quello sopra
and these are always the same, these TVs. And this one shows the presenter notes of it means. And then they have this clicker, which is also the channel, and they move the slides forward or backwards, like this. Yeah, and then this is the laser pointer, so that we always explain to them. And then when the next presenter is up, you also switch the channel of the clicker on there, and then
And here? Oh, it doesn't matter. It just takes.
no, we do it there.
We do,
So
yeah.
we do everything there.
The presenter doesn't.
And
need
then,
Yeah, yeah.
Poof, next. Good.
What is this?
That's
Hello, everyone. I think we're almost on time. You've
Indeed.
got a minute to head to your seats, fasten your seat belts, and so on.
Welcome, everyone. We're about to take off.
Okay, then let's go. So welcome to your second favorite working group, first being RIPE and CC services, obviously. So some important information. We have 2 emergency exits at the right, or on your left, and I think 2 or 3 at the right, so be aware of that. No lines on the ground, that's okay. Welcome to Connect. So we've got a quite packed agenda for this session. So first of all, we would like to appoint our scribe, Alan. Thank you very much. Our marvelous agenda. And we know that you all went to the RIPE, the last session minutes that have been published on the mailing list. If anyone has any comment about that, I don't see anyone reacting.
That's cool. We can just move on to the next
I
topic
think
then.
so. I think so. So we had some. We were reminded that our process for the selection, the chair election process was like a bit maybe unclear. So we will. Oh yeah, that's also true. Oh yeah, before that. Connect is almost 10 years. Can you believe that? And so it was just a short reminder to give you all the information about what was actually our mission. So you can have a look on the website and well, think about what if our mission is still happening, or if we're doing still a good job for that, and if that fits our mission. And so with that, obviously, we need to clarify the selection process. So that's not how it works. We discussed that the last time at RIPE 75, so before I was a chair. And so the process, the selection process goes like this. So there is a call that's made to the mailing list every 3 years or whenever needed. The interested party have 2 weeks to make their interest known via the mailing list or directly to the chair. After the 2 week, the chair ensures that all the candidates are announced on the mailing list and issue a call for discussion. The working group members express their approval or otherwise of the presented candidate. And 2 weeks after that, after the call for discussion, the chair declares a decision based on the mailing list discussion as they would do for a policy proposal. So this is our call because we didn't feel that it was needed before. And so if anyone is interested or curious about what is our mission here as chair, and if they would like to participate, you are all more than welcome to talk to us or to mention your desire on the mailing list.
Please reach out.
Yes, and don't hesitate. We can explain you what we are actually doing here, but you might have an idea. With this, I think we can move to our first speaker. Yes. Oh, sorry. Excuse me.
Go on, Miriam.
Hi, hello. Yes. Hi, I'm Miriam Kühne, RIPE chair. I just have one question because you said something about RIPE 75 and
so, yeah.
3-year terms.
So basically,
if I do my math correct, there should have been one last time or this time.
So that's the point. We said we make a call on the mailing list every 3 years or whenever we feel it's needed or whenever needed. So basically no one expressed any interest. We usually go to the working group and remind everyone that they can come to us if they have any question or if they want to be part of the chairs for this working group. So but that's why we are making the call here, because obviously we didn't add any feeling about that or felt that it was needed. So now it's done, and so we'll try to remind that every 3 years, because that's an easy one.
This is the open call for volunteers?
Yes, this is the call for volunteers.
You might want to repeat that on the list after the meeting for those who aren't here.
We can certainly do that.
Yeah. That was our mission, our target.
And bottom line, we do not need to wait for 3 years for people to manifest their interest. People can just like jump in when they want. Contact us directly on the mailing lists. We are there.
Great, thanks for clarifying. I think it's good to remind people from time to time that there's this opportunity, because otherwise they don't know that there's space because nobody is stepping down regularly. So
absolutely, that's totally agreed, and that's a good information for newcomers also.
Exactly.
So that's also an opportunity for us to clarify that and to update the website with the policy and with the process for this selection.
Thanks. Yeah, that's great.
So
because I
that
think
was the
people
target.
really expect some term limits or just some clear guidance and some clear open calls.
And that's why we're doing that.
Great.
So thank you for nudging us. And so now we have a clear process and information, and we will get back to that
Great.
regularly.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay. And so I think with that, we can go to our first speaker.
Yes, Marco from OpenIX. Please join the stage.
Hi, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm really pleasure to be here with you today. But to be honest, I wasn't the one meant to talk about this important subject. I decided anyhow to try and share with you a few ideas. And I hope you will see through my eyes how I see OpenIX in the present day interconnection landscape. I was born in Rome and grew in Rome, but I spent more time to dedicate living in Florence. Do you know Florence? Yes, everybody knows Florence. And I do not think that this is just a coincidence. As you may know, Florence is where the Renaissance was born. And when you're thinking about Renaissance, you might feel lost in a forest of artistic notions, painting or sculpture, techniques, great man. We can easily reinterpret the Renaissance as a historical period when the whole artistic expression, sculpture, paintings, building, literature, show and reflect the complete and total overview of the previous social standard. Because today we talk about standard. Let's go on. First of all, we discuss about Giotto. Let's start with my first slide and the masterpiece of great artisan Giotto, considered after the failure of the Renaissance. We worked in Florence between the end of 1200 and begin of 1300. The town has just reached 19,000 people, but it's landed 40,000 people just half a century before. This means Florence growing extremely quick and reached the same scale of London and Paris, 3 times than Rome. But don't tell T about Roman people, because probably it's not, Roman is not bigger than. For the town expanding so much, it places people to meet and stay together, to count themselves and to connect where not enough. Do you know how and where, how connect each other in those days? Going to the church, attending a mass, praying together. Churches were the day's hubs, those day meals. and the was that there were more than a dozen new churches under construction in Giotto's days Florence. Giotto was actually decorating 3 of these churches. Do you think that satisfy with the time they are treated standard? No way. Because standard is so difficult. In a place, Florence was richest but built by man. Giotto was interpreted in a man, but he had a man his time standard, putting under the spotlight God. Normal. As a result, his Mary, as you can see on the picture, is the Mary in majestic. Is bigger than the angel, and and this was normal to highlight the divine personage in painting. And baby Jesus is not baby, but growing up 30 years old man. This age Jesus had when they started to preach. Stricken the meat and the side of kids. Yes. On the right, no, sorry, but the Just Barrel adopt these rules and decide to add rouge on Mary's cheeks, lips, and her lips, as you can see. Made his breasts something visible under the white dresses and added the human detail never considered important before. Representation standards started to get challenged. On the right side of the slide, you can find the picture from Gentile da Fabriano. 100 years later, the challenger was still alive. New element was considered old, mistaken, and so far from the better adherence to everyday life. People addressed the adoption to Magi are reflected not Jesus' time fashion, but 1400 fashion in the town where a rich man like Palazzo Strozzi could be proud a collection of Arabian horses, boats, and precious painting commissioned to Gentile da Fabriano. He was those day Bill Gates, no need to remain humble. Masaccio is on the left. The same year of adoption was painted another younger painter. Masaccio was trying to adhere ever thinker to reality and challenger every closer the way the Holy Mary and Jesus and be painting till then. He could not change and get more human. The expression of Mar and Jesus or the angel faces is in Sant'Anna Mettezza. Faces looking stiff and serious and filled with heavy throat and with a normal in those days. But he adopted a new standard for body proportion. Light, now he hidden and subject from the specific source and body appearance. For the first time, Jesus is not covered with the dresses hiding the body, but in a real human body with the athletic abs. The next picture is by Filippo Lippi. Do you think this was enough? No way. Mary and Jesus have become real ladies and real babies. But they get this point to need a fray, a monk, and getting in love with a nun. They escape from the common force scandalous story around the middle of the 1400s. The love affair between Filippo Lippi and Lucrezia Batti was completely out of the rules, but it was real. Give the birth of family and feel it the life and both of them. That's why Filippo painted here in this other painting. She came inspired muse of his job and first life and have ladies face to represent the Holy Mary. He proudly trained another great painter, his famous apprentice Sandro Botticelli, as you can see now. But Botticelli was not satisfied with his master standards. He went on looking for a new criteria to express his sense of life. He didn't want to just paint his time most beautiful Florentine ladies. He wanted to hit those ladies here significance and Greek mythology, goodness and spirit of nature. Human figures is painting and moving gently and elegancy by ballerines. Inspired and driven by love, longing for love, and surrounded by famous nature, botanic perfect. Spring and the birth of Venus, these two famous paintings displayed in the first museum for the number of visitors in Italy, Uffizi Gallery, are precious testimony of a constant research of a new criteria to get right and older and usage rules and get deeper perception of the life. This great man, with many other Florence's art history, are just a little taste of what we found in the human history, a constant need to challenge with what is given by us, the previous generation, and just the heritage to develop a better landscape, when the communication and connection meet the request and evolving the world. For this reason, there is also a standard in our market. And OpenIX is a standard, has created a global standard with 3 different certification: OIX1, OIX2 data center, and OIX3 edge data center. This standard will cover all our job about connection, and it's most important, like we have a standard for your data center, like tier 4, tier 3. This is a new standard. And it's most important to be standard because you have a new way to connection each other. An example, IX. This standard encouraged IX to penetrate a new market and geography because I don't ask nothing because it's standard. But today there is no standard. One IX is built in some way, the other IX another way. Many IXP are not for profit and seek participation for altruistic reason, such as participation of interest, service, and research. As well, they improve the latency for new services. For this specialized IX, OpenIX offer a free certification. It's most important. Data centers, yes, certification encourage to penetrate also the same market. And or if also for data centers, if no profit, also for this one, he have the same certification. About the community, because OpenIX is an association, is not a company. And I am a volunteer. In addition to maintain a standard, OpenIX provides an actionable information and intelligence about the interconnection landscape. The first product is Interconnection Navigator, which provides an interface for research and visualizing the interconnection data getting from PeeringDB. An example, this is how the IX grow in Italy, years by years. All information is contained in database of PeeringDB, but with this interface, you can do much better and much faster. You can scan the QR code if you want to immediately. I think it's enough for me. I'm sorry for a little delay. If you learn more about OpenIX, I'm here today and tomorrow. Any question?
Thank you, Marco, for those for this well-needed RT moment. I hope it will make up for the ugly font of the past slides presented by the working group before. Pink Barbie is the color of the day, but I'm not even sure that's going to make up for it. But anyway, do we have some questions from online? No, thank you, Anand. Do we have a question from the floor? And I can see Arnold approaching.
Yeah, Arnold Nippe from DKIX and from SwissIX.
also from APIX. APIX is the Association of Internet Exchange Point in Asia. My first question is, how does OIX align with the IXF? There is the Association of Internet Exchanges all over the world, and we still lack to have an Association of Internet Exchanges in North America. And the IXF also has its definition of what an Internet exchange is. Second question is also for data centers, there are much certificates and standards around for data centers. How does OIX align with these standards?
Thanks a lot, Arne, for the question. About the first question, probably I'm not the right people, because I am only in the marketing side of OpenIX. And I will give you an answer when I come back, for sure. About the second question, and the standard, about what you mean, is so different from our standard, because the standard of OpenIX is relative to the people working inside this data center, this IX. It's very specific standard. It's not the same standards. It's not talking the same argument. And you can check it out about this difference between, make a comparison between the standards. An example, tier 4 and OpenIX DC. It's not the same standard. It's not the same goals. We have a difference target. The first one is about the structure. The other one about the complexity of the whole information. This is the main difference between the standards from my point of view.
No further question? I think that's it. We can move to
Thank
the
you,
next
guys.
topic. Thank you, Marco. So the next topic is going to be an online talk from our fellow co-chair, Remco.
Yeah, good morning. Hello, can you hear me?
We can, Remco. So the topic is about adoption of address policy for IXPs. Remco, the online floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, first of all, my apologies for not being actually in the room with you. I got the dreaded 2 stripes on my COVID test this morning, so I thought I'd better not infect you guys. I'm going to talk really quickly about the policy proposal that would reduce the default assignment for new IXes from a 24 to a 26. That has been discussed in address policy and was adopted earlier this year, but after the previous RIPE meeting. So I just wanted to make sure that we address that here as well. New policy has been fully implemented, so anyone who's coming around with a new IX right now will have to deal with a default assignment size of /26 from now on. And that's really it.
Okay, perfect. So do we have any question or comment about that? I don't think so. Thank you very much, Remco. So now we can move on with our next topic, I guess. And we have the follow-up on the discussion we had last time about the proposal for common use of the RDAP that we discussed with many XP. The floor is yours, Stavros.
Thank you, Will. Hello, guys. Good morning. So it's time to give you some update regarding our document, our proposal that we did in the previous RIPE meeting here in Connect Working Group about the use of IRR databases in the IXPs and especially in the route servers. Okay, so quick recap. What is this document about? This proposal is about IXP operators to trust and use only the following IRR databases in order to configure and maintain the filters for the route servers. In the previous document, as you can see, the previous proposal, we came up with this list. of the big 5 IRR databases. And also, we noticed and we mentioned that we understand that this adoption of this document will probably result in a massive transfer of RPSL objects from non-supported databases to the supported ones. And therefore, the policy also introduced a 12 months grace period where actually the big 5 IRR databases are extended a little bit more. The list is extended a little bit more with the following 4 non-authorized databases. So we can allow the people, we give time to the people to go and be able to do those transfers to the big databases, to the official databases. Also, we did some work on, we didn't mention a lot of things in the mailing list, but we did a lot of work in the background, the authors. And first of all, the first change that we did was about, okay, should be a policy or should be a BCOP. We had this internal discussion. We feel it is more of a BCOP as policies have this punishment, let's say, clause that if you don't follow, then you are a little bit punished or there are some consequences. In our case, there are no consequences. So it's more of a best current practice for IXP. So we decided to change it from policy to BCOP, or actually a strong recommendation. If you guys think this is not a good idea, of course, feel free to come up with your suggestion. But that's how we understand that it should be this document. The second update that we did as the authors was that we understood that some of the big IRRs have national IR delegations. So the documents have already explicitly mentioned in the website that, okay, we host this amount of objects, but if you want, there are national IRRs that host the other objects. So we felt that it's better if we include those NIRs inside the official delegations. So the list has been extended. For example, LACNIC has officially authorized NIC-MX and NIC-BR to be the NIRs, and they don't host objects inside, but NIC-BR hosts objects for the Brazil region. So it is fair to include those databases inside our list, since it is official delegation. And the next change that we did is that, okay, the initial proposal had January 1st, 2024 as the starting date. We decided to move it, and the reason was that we're going to have at least 2 RIPE meetings that we can discuss this document with the community, come up with ideas, proposals, everybody's aware. And that means that, okay, starting from this RIPE meeting, we want also to have the next RIPE meeting for discussions. So the current proposal has the June 1st, 2024 as the starting date. But okay, if the whole room says, oh, it's a bad idea, we don't like it, we should postpone it extra, I mean, we are free, and we would like to hear your feedback on that. Feel free to come to the microphone or to the mailing list and discuss it. Of course, during our investigations, we had a lot of work in the background. We had some unsolved problems, like, for example, a famous tier 1 provider that has a legacy block and leases small /24 blocks to clients, and then the leaseholder, however, then cannot register his /24 to the database of ARIN. And then, but this customer wants to connect to a European-based IXP and announce this list /24 space. And then announcement, of course, this BGP announcement of this space goes to the IXP route service, right? That means that if I build a prefix list from ARIN database to accept this /24, it will not be there. It will be an empty prefix list. We don't have a solution for that. Of course, it's a corner case. We don't see a lot of those use cases, but they do exist. And we would like to invite, however, the community to if you guys have already thought of some ideas, or you already brainstorm and you have some clues on how to tackle those problems, we welcome you to provide your feedback. perhaps in the mailing list, or you come to the authors and you tell your ideas, and then we can consider them. For now, for us, it's an unsolved problem within these boundaries of this document. Of course, there is no shoe that fit all sizes, right? There's no perfect draft that can solve every potential corner case, use case that exists outside. The internet is a little bit chaotic, but that means, however, that we might need to sacrifice 1% of prefixes if we need to save the other 99. We feel that it should be like that, our approach, our strategy. And we had some questions in the past about, okay, why don't we do RPKI and we work on that? But this document actually helps adoption of RPKI. We feel that is a prerequisite to go to RPKI and adopt RPKI faster. So we don't see this work as colliding with RPKI work, but as a parallel way, right? So we need to continue working on that document, and that will spread the adoption of RPKI even with faster rate. Also, we discovered, and we thank RIPE for the information, we see that RIPE is also able to bring to the space, to the RIPE services. If you have a block that belongs to the legacy space, and you're going to bring it to the RIPE region and use it in RIPE region, RIPE will accept and will put it in the registries, and that means that you can find potentially this space in the RIPE database and in the RIPE services. So that's very good for us. That's very positive. And during that period, we also talked to a lot of IXPs, also the big ones like DECIX, Links, CZ.NIC, and Lukix. We got their support. They like the idea. They think that we do very valid work. They also believe that this work will also spread the adoption of RPKI. So they're going to work on that with us. They're going to support the idea. So that's very positive. And actually, we decided with the DECIX people and also with Marco Dritri from MinUp that we're going to work together into finding a methodology that we can measure the impact of the adoption of this work. So we're going to measure the impact, and hopefully in the next RIPE meeting, we can share the results with you. But so far, we got very, very good support from the community on that. And that concludes my small update, and I welcome your questions and comments.
Before that, do we have questions online, Anand? All right, so let's start with questions from the floor.
Okay, so will policy writer or like document writer. In this case, also I have an additional information because I almost resolved the case of the 44/9 space. So now I will be talking or trying to push them on their mailing list to say, okay, people, you need to have your prefixes and your route objects you created in the ARIN database or somewhere else, or you need to think about fixing that. But I think I found a way to go and reach them. So that's like one almost /8 considered. And so that's a good positive improvement. So we'll see, and we'll get back to you on that one. And that information came yesterday, so that's why we didn't include that in our slides.
Work in progress.
Blake with Zayo. Thanks a lot for this. It's definitely something that I personally support, just to get this stuff cleaned up. Have you had anyone in the any of the policy writers have any communication or feedback with the RADB people about this? Because there's still, specifically in North America, there's still a lot of ISPs that use that as their like de facto registration database.
There's a lot of de facto registration or usage of that, but we do understand that there's a big portion of this usability that comes because of easiness and not because there is an actual problem, right? Because it's easy to register in RDB, it's easy to use, they don't want to bother. And
it's mostly for legacy reasons. It's just, we always did it that way.
Yeah, we see a lot of this easiness.
And
Yeah, but there are of course problems, right? We already mentioned this case with the tier 1, and then perhaps those people go to RDB to register their objects over there because they need to be somewhere. This is again an unsolved problem, but again, this is the smallest portion of the case. The majority is not this corner case.
Right. So really the question is, has there been communication with the RADB people? Are they aware of this? That like the route servers will.
I don't think so. We
consider
didn't
them persona
communicate.
non grata in
Personally,
a
we
year's
didn't
time?
communicate on that.
Yeah.
I think, however, they are aware. Somebody mentioned to me something that RDB saw this new document, and I think that's why they moved very quickly to RRDV4 because they saw this document. However, they're not going to delete objects. They're not gonna. They're just going to mark the RPKI invalids, and that's it. That's the only thing they will do.
Thanks.
I can comment on that. I think I will try to contact them and say, okay, by the way, we are doing this. Do you have any view? So I'll take that and I'll do that for this matter.
A partial solution to the issue of US legacy space holders is that somebody could set up a new IRR or maybe a section of an existing IRR which only accepts root objects for legacy IP space. This would at least avoid polluting the rest of the internet and limit the problem of fake objects only to legacy IP space. But somebody needs to volunteer for that, I think. Marco Ditri, MINAP and document contributor.
Which is a solution we thought yesterday 1 AM, right?
Hi, Matthias Wichtelhuber, DKIX. First, thank you, Stavros, for moving on with this proposal. I think this is really important. I've done an upfront analysis for our customer base, and I also see the RADB issue. So there are exponentially more peers in RADB than for any other or for all other databases together that are alternative. So I would like to propose to be very careful with the fade out for RADB. Maybe give it more time, and because we have experience with renumbering peering lands.
Yeah,
that's not fun.
It's not,
and it can take a lot of time actually.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matthias.
Hey, Stavros.
Very
Very Soltudorich, by the way, from Juniper Networks. Just one small remarks, because I've been working in the past with various toolings, and I would say we always speak about what to trust regarding data sources, which is a great first step. We should also think of how we use that information. That means the existing tools. Most people are still relying on old scripts that are using that bang I AS set comma 1, which expands that on RADB automatically to the list of recursively expands to the list of AS numbers. And by the way, using also BGP Q4, BGP Q3 scripts, and all of them are using RADB. So the point is what to do with those tools. So should they contact all databases sequentially, or as an alternative, is there any initiative from the community to create a central repository where all trusted databases would be mirrored, like the new RADB that would only include trusted sources?
Okay, I think there are two different answers that I need to give you on this long question. Regarding the tooling, I know for BGP-Q4 by default contacts ntt.com, but of course you can, with the -h option, you can say go to this database and bring me objects from there. And if you go to a larger database or mirror database that has all the sources, you can specify with a -T option the source, and they can say bring me this object with source RIP or ARIN or whatever, so you can specify the source. So regarding tooling, yes, the defaults are always a question, of course, and perhaps that would be a nice thing to do, to update the defaults on all those tools, but that's the next step, let's say. And regarding mirroring, I know, for example, RIPE mirrors all the other databases every day at midnight. So it is possible for if you contact the WHOIST service of RIPE, you can get mirrored objects from ARIN, APNIC, and so on. So if somebody wants, she can have RIPE as a one-stop shop to do that. But you know, there's always the 24 hours delay because I think they do it per midnight. And if you're going to be faster, you have to go to the individual ones. I don't know if that answered your question.
Yes,
sure.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Will, again, just an extension on that. We discussed also the defaults of many softwares, and we said, okay, maybe we can ask some of the software developer to say, well, maybe the default should not be RDB or those kind of stuff first.
Yeah.
So we will also push in that sense.
I think we can make a list later on in the, go in the mailing list, create a list of those tools and the defaults, and then when this document has adoption, we can take it as a next step. Yeah. Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Stavros. Any other question? It doesn't seem likely. Thank you.
Thank you, and sorry for all this time that we consumed.
That's great. Thank you. And probably something that we also want to continue on the mailing list. So thanks for bringing it up. And now our next speaker, Leo from PeeringDB. Thanks. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I have an update for you from PeeringDB. This one. So the focus will, to some extent, be on campuses and carriers. These are the two new objects or data pillars that we introduced at the start of this year. So I want to take you through what we've been doing with those. There will also be some updates on other stuff, but before we get there, I wanted to let you know, PeeringDB is mostly a volunteer-run organization, and you have the opportunity to both volunteer and vote. There's a new how-to on how to make sure that you are a member. If you're in this room, there's a good chance that the organization you work for could be a member, and this will tell you how to be a member, how to vote. We have just had new people join the admin committee. The product committee should hopefully be having some new people join at the end of this year or early next year. And there will be an election, as there is every year, for the board, sort of early-ish next year. So take a look at that how-to. If your organization is not a member and there is no one there to vote yet, then it's your opportunity to influence PeeringDB. There are people in this room who are on the board of PeeringDB, and Bijal was recently on the board and left PeeringDB. And if you have questions, look up the board members of PeeringDB and ask them if you're interested in running. So I mentioned the new objects that we added. The campus was one of them. We created it in February. We weren't entirely sure at first whether people would want it, and so we didn't put it in the main API, but we added it in August. We've put in some other UX improvements. So for instance, where something is a campus, you'll see that little multi-building sign next to a facility to show that it's a facility that's part of a campus. We've added it to search in October. And literally in beta that was released yesterday into beta, you will now be able to see all the resources for a campus in one view, so that you can then go and filter for each kind of resource that you might be interested in and find out if there's something there that is useful to you. Please go and take a look at that on beta.peeringdb.com. It will hopefully be released into production next week. We have done something very similar for carrier. People liked it. So we automated it, added it to the API. We've put in some other UX improvements, and it's now visible in Campus. So, you know, we've been continuing to improve that throughout the year. It's now coming close to fully supported. There are still some improvements to be made, but you know, we've really been trying to make these fully featured features. So V2 search, this is meant to be a better search that is both better operationally, but also for you as users. We introduced it in May and asked for some feedback. We got a little bit of feedback. We alphabetized the results in June. We then put it into the default position. Now, because it's in the default position, we're starting to get some more feedback, which is genuinely useful. We still have 2 or 3 bugs to fix. And then at some point we will remove V2 search when, sorry, we will remove the old search when V2 doesn't have the bugs that people are reporting. An example of one of the bugs that we will be fixing is at the moment in V2 search, you can't search for appearing LAN IP address. So we know about that. It's going to be fixed. But please go and test it and use the form to report bugs if you find them, because that's how we make fixes and make improvements. Web interface. This is one that we know is divisive. Some people really like the simplicity of the site. Other people were saying it needs to be better. So this is an example of one of the designs for improvement to the UI. Rebecca Klaus-Peter has been working on the design for us, sort of keeping it the same, but making it sharper, more responsive. We will be adding some personalization features so that, for instance, when you log in, you can go and see the thing that you care about and not worry about other stuff. And once we've done all of the changes to the design, we will do some lazy loading, which should improve the user experience, although it's obviously not going to actually make data arrive faster. But, you know, we want anyone who's using the web interface to have the best experience that they can. We just released updates from a source of truth. This is something that was developed initially at a Nanog hackathon a couple of Nanogs ago. It's now in production. The idea is you have some sort of internal source of truth. It can go and scan the differences between what it knows and what it sees in PeeringDB. It can then send a suggestion to PeeringDB, and a human can go and log in and either approve or reject those changes. This should hopefully improve the quality of data in PeeringDB and therefore be a win for everyone. It also means that you don't need to give your internal source of truth an API key to go and push changes that happen without human supervision. This is good for people that have lots of entries but maybe don't have full automation. We hope you like it, and if you need anything on this, then obviously let us know. Got a couple of quick updates with updating the PeeringDB client, doing a full rewrite on that. We will be closing PeeringDB Whois at the end of January. It's just another interface to the API. It needs a full rewrite. That would be expensive. We don't really think very many people use it, so this is an opportunity for anyone who absolutely relies on it to let us know why they rely on it, because it's expensive to go and make it work the way you will want it to work. You can link your social media accounts in PeeringDB if that's important to you. And we now have all of the facility data in PeeringDB published as a KMZ file, published every day. We already have suggestions for improvements to this. Some people would like continent-specific files. There's an idea to make the advanced search exportable in that format. Other things, if this is useful to you, then please let us know how we can improve it and make it more useful. One thing to note is if you want all of the data that you see there, you do need to use Google Earth Pro or something like that. The web-based things don't show all the data. Thank you very much to all of our sponsors. We couldn't do any of this without our sponsors. And if I hand back to you.
Thanks a lot, Leo. No question from the chat, so we'll start with personal questions.
Blake Wazeo, thanks a lot for this. All really good stuff. The KMZ in particular is really cool. My product people will be all over that in about 5 minutes, I think, probably. Specifically, the carrier object for carriers like us is really useful. I would encourage anybody in the room that has lots of on-net buildings to use that instead of, responding to the endless queue of data center operators asking you to add their buildings to PeeringDB, and so it looks like you peer in thousands and thousands and thousands of locations. The carrier object is super duper for that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So Arnold Nippe again from DKIX and also a member of the PC at PeeringDB and the outreach, and I was also on the AC from PeeringDB. So I have a question. So if you look at the GitHub of PeeringDB, there are tons of issues not resolved, some of them hanging around. Is there something which the community can do to speed this up, that this gets resolved? Some of them, for example, we had this working group on data ownership, which is not yet concluded. We have IXes where you can import information from, which is matched with the information from networks. This is implemented halfway, but not full way. The others is when a network has been set up, we get information from the RIRs, but then it's never checked again. That means if an ASN is returned back to the RIR, PeeringDB does not yet check. There is also a GitHub issues. Both of them would massively increase the data quality of PeeringDB. Is there anything the community can do to speed this up?
I think the key thing that the community can do is speak with people like you on the product committee or me as the product manager and let us know what your priorities are and why they're your priorities and the impact that those changes will have. Because the more you communicate the impact, the easier it is for the product committee to resolve the issues that are still in the decide status, and then we can move them forward. That said, we are able to resolve sort of like 70 to 100 issues a year, depending on their size. We have about 100 issues ready to be implemented now. So we've made progress. It was like 130. So we've reduced the size of the backlog. We are making good progress, but communication with the community and between the community and the product committee, if something would make a real difference to your business or the way that you do your work, please let us know.
Okay, thank you, Leo. And thanks also for the work everyone does at PeeringDB. I really think it's a great resource.
Very true. Thank you, Arnold. Anyone else? I don't see anyone, so thanks a lot, Leo.
Thank you very much.
Let's move on to our next speaker, Bijal from EuroIX for our traditional EuroIX update. Thank you, Bijal.
Hello, and thank you, Florence and Will. Okay, so I'm going to give you an update on EuroIX, and the way that the format of this is that I will give you an update of some of the news from the membership, and then a little update on EURIX. And today I'm going to do something different. I'm going to have an interactive session using Slido. So on some of the slides, you will see a PIN number. So if you could get a little bit prepared when you see the number, just log into Slido so you're ready for when we do the interactive part. So with that, EURIX is a membership association for Internet exchange points. We currently have 70 IXP members. While the name suggests Euro, we do actually have members from outside of Europe. And I think, you know, this enriches the association and gives us more IXes that can share the knowledge and help them grow. We also have patrons, and patrons are typically organizations that work closely with Internet exchange points. We have 11 patrons, and you know, they're also very valued and definitely part of the membership. If you're interested in joining as a member, if you're not already a member of EURIX, or if you are a vendor or a data center and you're interested in joining as a patron, please speak to me. So very quickly, what do? We have 2 events a year. We just actually had our last event last week in Prague, which was hosted by our members, nix.cz. It was a great turnout. We had 108 attendees and 2 days of great presentations and networking. We also have, or have started to run workshops throughout the year as well. We had 2 workshops this year. The first one was a root server workshop, which we presented on in the RIPE meeting earlier this year. And last week, while we were in Prague, we had a regulatory workshop, which was also very excellent because we had a great panel talking about fair share and cybersecurity. We do a number of services as well. We have reports, we have newsletters, we have mailing lists. These are for the members. We also do benchmarking. Again, that's for the members. And something new that we've started this year is actually working groups. So we have a number of working groups, and I'm going to speak a little bit about those later on. So as well as the services, we do a number of things for the community, and we have tools, and the tools include the IXP database. I've spoken about the IXP database in the past. I'm not going to really speak about it today, but if you're an IXP and you're looking for and you want to participate in the IXP database, please speak to me. If you are using the IXP database for peering information, also please come and speak to me if you have any questions about how to access the data or the API. We have a peering toolbox, which I am going to talk about later. We also offer fellowships and mentor IX programs, and this is for IXPs that need support. Again, we've got the working groups, and earlier this year we also released a new film about IXPs. So if you're like for me, my friends and family sometimes really don't understand what I do, so I tend to kind of point them to a little video and say, watch this, and it'll give you some idea of what I do and what's involved. So yeah, please take a look at that, and again, if you have any questions, come and see me. So now I'm going to move on to our member news updates. So what we do is we invite our members to give us any information that they want to share with the Connect working group. So I'm just going to go through that now. The first update we have is from IXes. They have started to launch new IXes in the Nordics, and you can see the locations there. And they have also recently launched a new IXP in Mexico, South America. IXes is also opening cloud exchanges in key cloud hubs, hub locations offering cloud connectivity solutions that enable seamless on-demand direct access. And those are in Amsterdam, Tokyo, and Osaka at the moment, which are planned. A couple of traffic peaks for the DKIX internet exchanges. We've seen peaks in Dallas, New York, Lisbon, Madrid, Marseille, Munich, Frankfurt, and Dubai. So congratulations to DKIX on those peaks. Next up, we have BCOP, which is the Berlin Internet Exchange. They have finished doing their VXLAN and EVPN migrations and enabled ARP ND proxy. They've turned up their first 400 gig customer ports, and they've refreshed their brand and logo. And as you can see, that's the new logo there. And they've got it in all sorts of different colors as well. So that's a nice little thing there. Interlan. So Interlan hosted our forum earlier this year in Cluj-Napoca, which was a really great location. They're also seeing traffic peaks of over 500 gig. And they have 100 gig ports available in both Bucharest and Frankfurt. Work in progress to implement Nokia routers in the core and convert to EVPN. And they're adding support also for 400 gig ports. So busy times ahead for Interlan as well. AMS-IX. So some of you may have noticed a small little outage on an internet exchange in Amsterdam. This was on the 22nd and 23rd of November. The problem was well understood, and they're following up with the vendors on permanent fixes. And Stavros is going to be giving a lightning talk tomorrow about to give you more information about what exactly happened. So if you're interested in that, don't miss the lightning talks. Okay, so that's all the news we have from the EuroIX members. Now I'm going to very quickly tell you about some of the work that one of the projects that we're working on, which is the peering toolbox. So a couple of years ago, I had a number of networks and IXPs come to me and say that, you know, we're continuously trying to explain what peering is, what transit is, what an AS number is, and it would be really good. I mean, there's lots and lots of information available on the internet. We all know that, and you know, some of you will have some very, very good content as well. But the problem is as a beginner, it's kind of like, you know, where do you start? So, you know, if you're new to the industry, it can be quite overwhelming because there is a lot of information. So the idea with the peering toolbox is that it's, you know, short sections with clear explanations, and we've also tried to structure the way that you can access the information. So for example, we have a beginner section, an intermediary section, and an advanced section. The beginner section is complete, although, you know, we're always going to be adding to it, but the first phase of that is actually complete and was released earlier this year. So, you know, if please take a look, it's PeeringToolbox.net. And like I said, the beginner section is done. And please share that. So, you know, if you're working with any customers or networks that are trying to understand what peering and interconnection is, then it's a really, really good tool. The intermediary section will be worked on next year. And also, I just want to add in there is actually sections in there which include the usage of PeeringDB and the IXP database. One of the new working groups that we have, and I thought to give everyone here a little update because you may be interested, is the RFC 8950 working group. So we have two chairs for the working group, which is Alexei and Andre from BCOP and Alexei from Trex. They founded the working group in the forum we had this year in Cluj. And so far they've had a couple of Zoom meetings. There is a mailing list. The discussions are happening on Massamost, and also we have GitHub. A GitHub repository where we're also keeping notes and tracking the work that's being done. So what's actually been done in this short 6 months? They've set up a container lab environment for testing. The aim is to test the vendor's BGP implementations and interoperability. So far, the tests have been done on Arista, Juniper, Bird, Bird version 2, and a route server. Some other points that the working group are looking at is forwarding requires special configuration. No IXP peering LAN IP was visible in the trace route. Can RFC 8950 peers and traditional peers be safely mixed on the same root server? And again, if you're interested in hearing more, come and speak to us. I do have people there. Sorry, there are people here who are part of the working group. So if you want to understand a bit more on a technical level what's going on, I'm going to point you to Stavros or Daniel. Oh, Daniel, who's there? So Daniel and Stavros are involved in the working group. So if you want to know a little bit more about what's being done, feel free to approach them. Thanks. Okay, and that is all in terms of my presentation. Oh, any questions? No, because now we're going to move on to the interactive session. So before you go, I just want to say, no, did everyone get the Slido? The number, if everyone can log in and
yeah, then I would like to ask a question first. So could you please go back? So I'm not 100% sure that everyone knows what RFC 18950 is all about. Could you just tell us?
Maybe you can.
So actually, the RFC 18950 is running more or less IPv4 on top of IPv6. Everyone knows that we are running out of IPv4 address space, and Remco also told about that we are already cutting down the standard assignment for IXPs from /24 to /26. And so this working group is to explore how we can do it. This RFC explains how to do it, that we can do it, but I guess there are lots of issues to take care of. And especially, I guess, most of you are network operators here in the room, and we definitely would like to hear from you what, no, IXPs are here, so. But I guess most of the IXP probably also are network operators, so somewhat related to. At least also, if most of them are IXPs, please talk also to your customers and make them aware that someone in the next 5 to 10 years, we probably each IXP has to move away from its IPv4 assignment and to only run IPv6 on the peering. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for that excellent description, Arnold. Okay, so I see some of you already at it. So I've got about 10 minutes, well, maybe a little bit more. So I would actually like to make this session a little bit more interactive. In each of the questions that I have with polls, there is also, as you can see, something else. There's not a lot of this is a small group of people. So if you are going to answer something else, it would be really nice if you came to the mic and gave a little bit more information about what that something else is. So with that, so yeah, anytime you want to come to the mic, please feel free to come to the mic and say what you have to say. So the first question I have here is, what type of entity do you represent? And this is really just to get an idea of, who's in the room, what kind of, who's in the room. Will.
So in my case, it's kind of weird because I'm the chair, I'm a chair, and I'm a network operator, and I'm also an IXP and a private person because I'm here with my own ASN. So I've got like this multiple hats, and I suspect that many people who run community IXP also have a side or a real job
let's say, that's they use to get fed in the middle of the month and at the end of the month. So that's where I suspect that you get some of the something else there.
Thank you. Yeah, good point. Yeah. Sebastian?
CCTLD.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Harold?
Harald, I represent a university.
Thank you.
Vienna University.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I have a few more additions for the next round of this. Okay, next up we have, so obviously, you know, this is about peering, it's about interconnection, it's about, you know, how, you know, we're here to learn, we're here to grow, we want to get better. You know, for those of you that are peering, you know, what is missing? What for you could make peering better? So I'll give a few seconds for people to respond. You can say something else as well. I'm going to try and get more people on the mic. Okay, pricing transparency. I don't think that's much of a surprise. Accurate, reliable data. That's good to see that is high up on the list. Peering policies. Maybe somebody can expand a little bit on that as well. And something else. So Arnold.
So I'm curious why you put in pricing transparency, because I always thought that peering is settlement free.
In most
settlement free for me means that I take my cost, you take your cost, and why do you want to like how much I'm paying for peering? I'm not interested how much are you paying for peering, but probably you mean something else.
Yeah, pricing transparency. So just to be able to know if there are any costs involved with peering, what they are, and that's really what it meant. Harold, sorry.
So that would be cost transparency then.
Yeah, cost transparency.
This is Harald, in this case, representing VIX, and I want to comment on Arnold's question. So maybe I understood this is the pricing of the IXP, the price towards the customers, and not between the peers themselves. Is this the case, or?
So yeah, it could be port pricing. It could also be. You're right. It's quite generic. So maybe I need to hone that in a little bit more. Accurate, reliable data. It's good to see that's up there. Peering policies, something else. Does anybody want to expand on the something else? I hope that we're going to get more people than just Will and Arnold coming to.
Yeah, no, but the something else is funny because we need to renew our clothes, and so we get a lot of t-shirts, and that's really nice also. So that's one part of the thing, and also the interaction with all these marvelous people.
Yeah.
So Arnold again. What I also would like to see with peering policies to set up some standards so that peering policies would be evaluable automatically. So currently, I only find peering policy information in PeeringDB. You have a URL, and then you're categorized in I peer with everyone, it's restricted, or I do not peer anyhow. But there is a lot of in between, and therefore I would like to see something, perhaps a peering policy schemata, so that you can automatically evaluate and then check automatically whether the other side would match your peering policy.
Like a standard template that could potentially be used for peers, stuff like that. Okay, thank you.
Alexandre Corso from F5. when I was working at a France IX before, and now I'm a operator. So when you're inside an IX, you're looking for the technology to get more members. But when you're working as CDN network operator, you're looking for opportunity to peer. So what I'm looking here is contact with other peers or introduction. I'm going to, for example, the Middle East. I don't know much region, and I'm looking for the IX to introduce me to other peer. So it's peering policy, accurate data, but pricing is my own business. I may go to another provider for that.
Thank you.
Blake with Zayo. Thanks, this is pretty cool. In the something else, I would add two things. First one being, it would be nice to know if a given IXP is like a member-based organization with public pricing that is the same for everybody, or if it is purely a commercial organization and you have to go and negotiate stuff. The second, kind of along those lines, would be whether or not the IXP also offered a marketplace type portal so that carriers like me that want to connect to these things can make a business case for doing so by saying that we can connect to this and sell stuff. Super helpful.
Thank you. Good idea. I like both. Thank you.
Andrei Robachevsky, Internet Society. I don't peer, but I voted for peering policies because I agree with Arnold. We need clarity and maybe standard policies, both from IXP and ISP sides, and especially security policies such as manners. And it would be also good if tools like PeeringDB reflects these policies. We start working with PeeringDB on labeling some of the sort of allowing opportunity to say, I'm a manners participant in PeeringDB. I think that would be useful.
Yeah, thanks, Andre. And actually, you mentioned manners and PeeringDB. I just wanted to say in the IXP database, we actually do get the API feed from manners. So if you are curious to see which, obviously you can go to the manners website, but if you're on the IXP database, you can also see which networks and IXPs are manners compliant. Leo.
Hi, Leo Vegoda, speaking as the PeeringDB product manager. So the product committee did discuss whether we should add certifications and things like that, and they definitely look at it again. But the decision taken was that adding a certification should only be done in PeeringDB if that would influence whether someone would peer with you. So I think this is going back to the question that Arnold asked earlier. If you would only peer with someone if they were certified by Manners or had some other certification, then please let the product committee know, because that will influence their decision. They can review what they've decided in the past. Thank you.
Thanks, Leo. Okay. The next, excuse me. The next question I have is, what strategies should IXPs, and I know we've got a lot of IXPs in this room, so this will be really quick and we're running out of time. What strategies should IXPs pursue to respond to industry challenges? So we have automation, cost reduction, added services. I'd be curious to know what services IXPs should be looking into. Getting new customer segments onto the IXP, something else. Does anyone have anything? It's nice to see automation up there at the top, actually.
Blake Wazeo again. Obviously, I'll say marketplace as one of the added services.
Yeah. Yeah, marketplace. Yeah. Actually, there are quite a number of IXs that are offering that service now. But yeah, I guess there's no like directory to say these are the IXs that offer that service, and maybe that might be helpful.
I would like to add to the automation is I do not know whether we have seen already a presentation on IX API and the Connect working group, but Most of you probably would have seen it at, for example, EPF, NANOC, and so on. So there is already a piece of software which is called IX API, which does exactly that, customers and partners are able to automate a request and everything via an API towards the IXPs, and at least exchanges like AMS-IX, LINX, and IXes NetNode are already supporting it.
Thank you.
So Will, with the RDAP hat there. So I'm on the automation with IXP Manager, and that's what I suggested to some part of the newcomers that will try to open an IXP soon in Lyon. And so I went there. But guys, that's the way to do it. Then you will not have to do any work-ish, and then everything will be automated and easy, and then we can generate our filter list correctly, and so on and so on. And that's where it makes things easy, and also then we can have like reliable data and content, and we can trust the place where we connect to.
Yeah, thank you. You know, IXP Manager is a great tool for IXPs. I think there are over 200 IXPs now using it. So I think that's a testament to the tool. So yeah, thank you, INEX, for the work you do on IXP Manager. Okay, next up. What is your main challenge when managing peering? Peers lacking technical knowledge, peers lacking business knowledge, communication with peers about peering, internal lack of understanding of peering. So when I say internal, within your own association, access to accurate data, and that's all I see there. There should be something else.
Stavros from AMS-IX. I'm missing the option, all of the above.
That's for something else. But thank you.
Blake was also missing the option cost.
Thank you. I mean, so here I just want to give a little, sorry, I'll let Arnold talk first.
Yeah, so adding for the communication with peers about peering. So my wish is the same as with the peering policies. So currently, I guess, if an IXP announces a new peer at an exchange, the new peer gets hundreds of thousands of requests, I want to peer with you. There is also currently no schema or standard how to announce your policy, your information to the other customers, and perhaps in the end you would be able to set up a new peering automatically because you'd simply exchange, or there would be a platform and you say, I want to peer with you, and the other side, okay, I also want to peer with you, and then on both sides the session comes up and you are done.
Thank you.
Hello, Bijal. Florence, Working Group Co-Chair, no affiliation. I would like to comment on the cost comment made previously by Blake. I would understand that this could be included in the scalability, which now appears like down the list, because scalability is also, even foremost, a question of cost.
Yeah. Very good point. Thank you. Yeah. And just one thing I want to add, when you know, we have communication with peers about peering, I just want to mention the peering toolbox here again, because as I presented earlier, this is a really, really good tool to learn about peering, and also something that you can point your peers to learn about peering if you're getting questions. Okay, which of these will affect your business the most in the next 5 years? Regulatory compliance, security and privacy, scalability again, latency and performance, environmental sustainability, edge computing. Again, sorry, there's no all of the above, but there is something else. So
and just an information, we will come close to the end.
Okay.
We need to be fast, or like we've got roughly 2-3 minutes, then we need to close the session.
I'm
So
almost done. Okay, so I guess no surprise that regulatory compliance is top of the list there. Oh.
Then I'll say a fast one, just like I was the one who said environmental sustainability. I think if we don't have a HERF to peer, that would be something to consider. It should be thought that we can extend at some point.
Thank you. I am running out of time, so I'm just going to do this for 1 minute. So if you're typing, be quick. Name one word that comes to mind when you think about the future of interconnection. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to move on. Okay, so you know, we've had we talked about this at the beginning of the session, and you know, Connect Working Group has now been around for 10 years, and you know, there are other peering events that people go to, like the EPF or peering days, you know, certain NOGs. There's all this different events, IXP, member meetings, things like this. So what I'd like to know is, what format would you like to see for peering topics at peering events? So not necessarily even formats, but what topics, you know, would you like to see, do you think are interesting and would, you know, encourage you or motivate you to attend those events or those sessions a bit more? So, okay, we have strategy related presentations, panel discussions, tools and automation, training, BCPs, peering personals. I think peering personals has always been the kind of, you either love it or you hate it. I was talking to Florence about this earlier, and I think there's definitely value in, you know, the opportunity for people to come and introduce themselves and, you know, let them know where they're from. But also, yeah, it's a fine line. Is there any? Right, so I'm out of time now, I think, unless there is any last comments or anything at the mic. Okay, in that case, thank you everyone very much. Thank you for participating in the session. I will take all this back, and my plan is to actually review the answers from the different events that I've carried out this interactive polls and report back at some point, maybe next year. So thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Conscious of time and conscious that we stand between you and your lunch. Time to get that session closed.
Yeah, and with this, I think we will see you at the next RIPE meeting, wherever it Poland? No, Krakow, something like that, I think.
Yep, exactly.
So with this, thank you very much. Don't forget to rate the talk. That's
Good.
really useful for us. And Remco, anything to say?
Well, that was going to be my exact comment. Don't forget to rate the talks.
Then
and, hope to see you all again next time.
Yeah.
See you next time.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
C'est fait.
Ecco qui. La prova audio, mi sentite?
Sì, perfetto.
Perfetto.
Guarda, ti facciamo vedere un po' come sono le... ok. Ok, è perfetto, così va bene.
Perfetto, ok, allora...
Quando sarà il momento faremo partire le tue slides e da lì puoi andare avanti e indietro, diciamo, con le freccette della tastiera.
Ah, ok, io comunque tanto alle 2 quando inizia la sessione mi connetto regolarmente, va bene?
Perfetto.
Ci si vede dopo. Ottimo, grazie ancora del supporto. Ciao ciao.
two microphones. Oh, one of us can this one, and
told me, but is that on all the time, or do you need to turn it on? I will manage. Okay. So this it will be always ready. Okay. We're ready to. Yeah.
if all of your paths lead to Rome, then something is clearly very broken with the routing. Good afternoon and welcome to the routing working group. Ignas Bagdonas and Paul Hoekstede and Ben Cox is joining us remotely. Welcome to the session and let's start with it. What's different this time? We have presentations, we have questions, we have discussions, and we have more time. That means hopefully we will try to not to overrun it this time, as routing working group has been really well known for having to cut the mics. This time we have sufficient of the time. Please use that. Please discuss and raise questions to the presentations.
And do please raise your questions using the Q&A function, not the chat. Our agenda for today. We've got 3 presentations after this introduction talk. Does anyone want to add something to the agenda?
Last call. That means no.
Do you want to add something to the agenda?
No, thank you. Agenda is over there, and we will go through those 3 presentations, and then we will have, running a little bit forward, we will have this part. Basically, an open questions, what you would like to see happening with the routing working group. Well, there will be some introduction for that, but please think about that. We meet twice a year and we see some presentations, we have some discussions. What else routing working group is doing? What else routing working group is supposed to do? What it is chartered to do? What are the deliverables? And do you remember when was the last document published from the routing working group? You might want to look that up. So open questions, what to do with routing working group? Do we continue like that? Do we need to change something? Maybe we are done, declare victory and close the working group. Maybe leave everything as it is. It's an open discussion, open microphone after the sessions at closer to the end. Right now, well, please think what you would like to discuss. Most of that will continue later at the mailing list, but this is just to initiate this basically high bandwidth discussion here. Now going back on our agenda.
Approval of the minutes from the previous meeting. Does anyone have any comments about these? Going once, going twice, then they are approved. Thank you. I wish to bring up the subject of co-chair election, like many other working groups have done, especially during this meeting. There are a few things which we need to keep in mind, like do we want to have set terms for co-chairs, or do we just once every few years ask the working group, are there any volunteers for the positions? And of course, sometimes chairs leave and we need to select someone a bit sooner. I wish to remind you that the chairs are always selected at the meeting. However, discussion about the co-chair election process we can do on the mailing list. And I think I'll send out a proposal shortly after this week on the mailing list, giving some of my ideas and my co-chairs, of course, about how to go forward with this. And you can leave your comments and discussions on the mailing list. I think we can go into the next presentation.
Yes. So with this, we start with the official. Yes.
I'm sorry, you don't want any comments now about the, I mean, not about the specifics of the co-chair.
I don't think we want to have a discussion right here. We'd rather have that on the mailing list.
Okay.
Where more people can.
I'll comment on the mailing list then. That's okay.
So Miriam, that last part of the session, the open mic, please use it for that. That's one of the questions of what to do with the routing working group. Right now, we'll try to stick to the agenda and the open discussion, which will eventually have to, well, we wish that it overflows into the mailing list.
Okay, I'll comment on the mailing list, on the co-chair selection procedures, and right.
So with that, let's start with our agenda. And the first presentation is on 6G, AI, and other interesting and fascinating topics. It is presented in a hybrid way. One presenter is physically here, the other will be remote, and well, both physical and virtual stage is yours, and please take it from there.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a very great pleasure, and thank you for the working group to choose my presentation. And with me there is a colleague, Pietro Cassara, and we try to introduce a new future about routing, because routing is evolve every day. And in particular, we try to discuss about 6G and network and non-terrestrial network, and the opportunity about this new routing to explore SRv6 and artificial intelligence. Our agenda is composed in two parts. The first part is by my colleague, Pietro, and the second part is by myself. Now I pass the microphone to Pietro. Are you ready? Pietro? Just a moment.
Marco?
Yes, I heard you.
Marco, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Okay, I can hear you. You can? Just a moment, obviously. The network.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
Okay.
Just one information. I can switch the slides on myself, or I need your help?
Okay, you can switch by yourself.
Ah, okay, perfect.
Let's go ahead.
Okay. So thank you for this opportunity. It's a pleasure. I'm so sorry that I can't be there today, but there was a problem with the public transportation today. So again, sorry. I'm Pietro Cassara, and I'm a researcher in National Council of Research in Italy. And now I'm working on the possibility to integrate the non-terrestrial network in the 5G based infrastructure to move toward the 6G era. And today, I just want to introduce briefly what means for non-terrestrial technology and how routing services can help to perform this integration pretty well. So just a few notice about the non-terrestrial network. The non-terrestrial network was a technology that born in the late 1980. So it's a long time that is available for the telecommunication market with the geo satellite, but recently was evolved toward the LEO constellation, MEO constellation, and also using the UAV. So optocopter, but also high altitude platform. This kind of infrastructure can help recently to extend the functionalities of the terrestrial network. In what means extend? Extend means that we can help the LEO satellite as well as the high altitude based platform to have radio base station useful to duplicate or extend the coverage functionalities of the terrestrial network. So we can increase the bandwidth, we can improve the reliability, and we can not double, but we can multiply the point where the network can be accessed by the users. So for all the new communication scenario defined by the 5G protocol, this is a very great opportunity. I mean, for the machine-to-machine application, for the wideband application, especially for the vehicular scenario. Okay, so this is the classical classification that is available to describe the opportunity of communication where the non-terrestrial network can, non-terrestrial platform, sorry, can be involved during the communication services. So we have two levels of classification by application scenario, that means urban, rural, remote, and isolated, but also a classification that depends from the platform that can be used. So we can find in the range of some 100 meters from the ground the usual UAV, the high altitude platform, and so on. And moving toward the space, we can find the satellite platform that can help in a geostationary or not geostationary way the extension, as I told you before, of the access network from the ground. Okay, also the ISTI, the European Standard for Communication, has started in the last 5-6 years a very great effort to standardize this kind of technology. In fact, they have released many releases for the 5G protocol that the objective is to define the guideline to integrate the end-to-end platform with the 5G network. So this is just a brief representation of this effort. So we can see, for example, in the column in the left, that are involved many working group of the ISTI, from the RAN for the service application, for the transportation working group. Okay, so very briefly, the components that characterize the non-terrestrial architecture are the service link, that is the link usually used to connect the user equipment toward the first access point in the non-terrestrial network. That can be a satellite, a UV, or a high-altitude platform. There we can find the inter-satellite link, that is a mesh used usually to interconnect the satellite that are involved in the constellation. And then we have the feeder link, that is the backlink toward the ground, where we can find the gateway, the non-terrestrial gateway. That is usually the first point that is connected, in the case of the 5G based infrastructure, with the core network, and then toward the data network. So starting from this very simple idea, the interesting useful use that we can have with the non-terrestrial network is the possibility to have a multi-connectivity scenario. So extend the idea of multi-connectivity scenario for the non-terrestrial network. Now we have the multi-connectivity defined for the 5G protocol. That means usually we can at the same time to be connected as UE at the same time to the G node B new radio, but also to the E node B. For example, LT for the E node B is the LT technology. In this case, we can also extend this multi-connectivities in the sense that from the ground we can have also a access point toward the non-terrestrial network point. Note that this is also possible because for the 5G protocol is possible to access the network from the UE perspective using a non-5G or new radio technology, for example, the Wi-Fi and the Ethernet. Another characteristic, another feature that we can find in the NTN infrastructure is the possibility that with a single satellite, we can have the 3 different kind of technology used for cover the surface on the ground in the sense of the connectivities. In the case on the left, we can have a satellite that is able with a multi-beam technology illuminate at the same time different regions of the surface of the on the ground. Note that from the perspective of the 5G, for example, protocol, each area can be seen as a single cell, like in the new radio technology. Obviously, the most used technology is to have one satellite for a single cell, especially when we have a non-terrestrial network based on the LEO satellites. And given that we have MEO, GEO, and LEO satellite technology, it's possible also to have coverage based on different technology. The point of this slide is to highlight that the fact that when we have a user that is in mobility, crossing the cell or that are covered by a single satellite or by a multi-satellite, we have a problem to manage the handover. So this means that if we want to guarantee the connectivity using, for example, a non-terrestrial network based on LEO satellite, where the satellite move reciprocally among them and toward the user equipment on the ground, we need to perform such kind of handover procedure continuously. And this is not good for the throughput and for the latencies of the communication links. So it's mandatory in this case to find a solution to avoid this kind of problem. And this is exactly the key point that today I wanted to highlight here, accordingly to the fact that we propose a protocol stack and infrastructure where the routing services, for example, based on IPv6 and then using SRv6, can be involved for addressing this kind of problem to guarantee the continuities of the connection toward the UE and the data network or core network, avoiding continuously the handover procedure. That is usually performed at the radio level in the 5G protocol. Okay, so what you can see here is like a representation of the normal interfaces used by the 5G protocol, that is the N1 and N2 interface, that are the two radio interfaces used to guarantee the mobility management and the service management of the user when the first time access the network or when moving among cell, the core network need to guarantee the connectivity for the user. Okay, we have two different kind of architecture defined, one for the control plane and one for the user plane. You can see the control plane in the above of the figure, and in the upper side of the figure, and below the first figure you can see the user plane architecture, because in the 5G protocol and in
5 minutes, Pietro. You
Sorry?
have 5 minutes more.
Ah, 5. Okay. So, okay, I can move on. Sorry. So the idea is, okay, although the satellite with the radio interface useful to guarantee the radio connection among satellites toward the ground according to the service link and the feeder link, and the path among the satellite that are the inter-satellite link are guaranteed by the service routing, the segmentation routing protocol, because it's interesting the features of this protocol to manage the path according to each segment constructed during the forwarding procedure. Okay, okay, I can move on because this is only another feature that that is interesting for using the SRv6 protocol. Accordingly to the definition of the UU interface splitting in the 5G protocol, is that this kind of splitting can help the realization of this infrastructure, because help us to move on the satellite on the radio part. Instead, the logical part, that means who generate, for example, the path according to the SRv6 procedure, can be managed in the NTN gateway. That means in the ground, close to, for example, the core network, or close to the satellite operator. So another stuff that is very important for applying the SRv6 protocol is the possibility to use tools like IFIT tools that help us to guarantee the in bandwidth metering of the status of the links of the network. So we can measure and we can generate policy for the forwarding path accordingly to the measurement that we can help. And natively, the SRv6 can guarantee this kind of application. Okay, obviously, if we have this kind of measurements available for the network, and accordingly to also the features of the SRv6 protocol for the programming network, we can also think to arrange a management infrastructure that is optimized accordingly to the state of the network. So this is another reason to use SRv6. And the last two interesting application that is now investigated in terms of research application by my groups is the possibility to have the digital twin of the network, to have a model of the network, to have a prevision of the status of the network, and then how we can pre-calculate how to allocate the resources to optimize latencies, throughput, and so on. This is, again, is possible exploiting the two features of the SRv6, the possibility to have the telemetering and the possibility to have the network programming. And finally, this is we have completed in a simulation way also a test bed about the possibility to have a tool based on the reinforcement learning algorithm, the possibility to have the QS enforcing, where the QS is managed according to the QS management of the 5G. That means involving SMF, AMF, UPF, and so on. So now this is I hope that is clear why we are investigating and we are spend effort, try to propose this kind of architecture. But for the aspect related to the SRv6, I left the floor to Marco, that for sure is more prepared than me for this kind of protocol. Thank you for the attention and for the opportunity again. And if you have some question, I don't know if at the end we have time for to answer.
Thank you, Pietro. Now I discuss with you about SRv6. How many people know SRv6? Oh, it's a lot. Fantastic. I'm very, very happy about this. What is SRv6? SRv6 is the future. SRv6 is the network will be intent-based network, because it's a solution to have a connection any to any, and he can also have a dedicated network like slicing. You have no one network, but you have a lot of network, because it's slicing you can do, and all these networks can do drive-by intelligence. For this reason, on the title, there is artificial intelligence. And also Pietro talking before about telemetry. SRv6 is a standard, again, and RFC 8754 from 2020, talking about the new segment routing header. There is a standard, and there is also support from many vendors. Below the slide, you can see the mainstream vendors. I don't present nothing because you already know. And many vendors working on this area, and also this year at the EANTC make an interoperability test between the vendor. What is the difference between SRv6 and the other protocol? The main difference is in the header of the packet, because in the header you will find so different hop that the packet coming through your network. This is the major important feature that SRv6 have. The other one is always in the header. You can find the type and length service, also say TLV, because on the single packet you can decide which type, which length, which service you can do on your network. The main difference between the protocol, the other protocol, and SRv6 is in this slide. It's very simple, very fast, and you can use a controller to do this in real time, packet by packet, packet by packet. I repeat again because it's not clear. Many of people don't consider that our network is packet by packet, and SRv6 can do it. And also encapsulation is very simple, is only AP. There is no other encapsulation over, and the service configuration is very simple, very, very simple. You don't care about the topology of your network. And finally, how many times you spend to describe the topology of the network, and how many times you invest time to set up the IGP, the BGP, the other protocols, and the network don't growing, is not fast, it's not routing, and the recovery time is up to 50 milliseconds. Never imagine this with other protocol. You cannot do this with one, and you turn your path in 50 milliseconds. Very, very impressive. And also, you can do more and more with the slicing on a single network. This is an example to deploy SRv6. SRv6 is transparent by the network. You can do very simple situation with the overlay mode, and you set up the start point and then end point, and next you set up the core point, or you can do step by step, like other protocols, no problem. Easy evolution, very, very easy evolution. This is the final slide. Why you need SRv6? Because this is the question. Why? There's a lot of reason, but I try to explain only in 5 reasons, but it's enough. The future is obviously IPv6 all over the world. The people increasing, the device increasing, the topology increasing. What is the network? Is it on the earth, or as you heard before from Pietro, is on the space? The dimension is completely different. And you must have a very good protocol. We already know BGP. Many people know BGP, but for me, BGP is the best golden protocol because it is really used. And you can do also BGP on SRv6. It's a transport protocol, SRv6. But SR, for me, is not only segment routing. It's a super routing. You can do more and more about your functionality for today and for tomorrow. Don't forget about 5G and 6G. You have a lot of devices that you control every day, about 10 million each kilometer square. You cannot do this with NAT IPv4. It's impossible. Nobody does this. The forwarding place is only SRv6, as you can see before. No label, finally, no label. Network scalability is independent from the network element. It's very, very powerful. Easier, only one protocol, IPv6, for today and tomorrow. That's enough. Less configuration and easy planning to deploy. Load balancing is native, finally. When you have a double path or 3 paths or 12 paths, nobody knows where going the traffic. With SRv6, you can do this. Also with the multi-chassis lag, with the two different equipment. Also distance 10 kilometers, no problem. You can do also per channel. And finally, the AI is really AI. Because if I can control the policy and I can change the single packet next hop, you can do whatever you want for the slicing, for the different network. You have a new dimension of the network. It's not only 2, but it's also in vertical. When you wrote your network, you take a paper and you design. Tomorrow, you must have 3 dimension because this is one network, but you can do more and more, one over another one. The path is programming and application-aware programming. Thanks for your attention.
All right, thank you. Questions, comments?
Hello there, Marco and Pietro. I think if he's still online.
Yes, sorry guys. I want to just add one thing, that what we presented today is not only a research topic, given that I presented myself as a researcher, but I'm vice chair in the standardization committee in the ISTI, and we discussed Tuesday and Monday about the possibility to make a standard, to make real this kind of technology. Sorry, again.
Thank you for the clarification. I'm Tom Hill. I work for British Telecom. I have a lot of concerns with some of the things you've said.
Welcome.
A lot of concerns. First and foremost, SRv6 is not the future, singular. It could be for some things. I absolutely agree. There are use cases for it. What I'm really concerned about is the narrative here that SRv6 is IPv6 and IPv6 requires SRv6 and vice versa. That's not true. And we need to decouple deployments of SRv6 and the benefits therein from the deployments of IPv6, because it is harming deployments of IPv6. All of the things that you've purported are features of SRv6, and thanks to its brilliance, apparently, they're all things that we can do in SR-MPLS. You can signal SR-MPLS IPv6 only, you can use RFC 5549. These things are all supported and work. The overheads of SRv6 are concerning. The security problems that have been introduced with further standards or drafts for SRv6 and for forwarding techniques are seriously concerning. So I would love it if you could give some more thought to those security considerations. I would love it if you could give a little bit more thought to a world where IPv6 is, of course, the most important protocol and is the one that we build with. But please, please, please do not tell everyone that you have to use SRv6 if you want to do a IPv6, because it's not true. Thank you.
Thank you. Obviously, this is a new protocol, only 3 years, and I think is for me is an opportunity to grow. I don't see the other in other protocol. I testing both protocol, and some configuration you cannot do this, but the future let to me and also to you what is the right answer. I'm not sure, but it's a good opportunity to grow very, very, very fast. It's very easy. You must replace a lot of equipment, I know, because the software is very new, but there is a new opportunity to grow. There is a lot of limitation, you know, about the label. You know a lot of limitation about the number of the equipment with a label. MPLS is very good protocol. It's normal. We're working every day with MPLS. We know this.
SR-MPLS is an exceptionally good protocol. Okay, it is as good as we can build, as far as I'm concerned. Scaling challenges with MPLS label space are significantly lower with SR-MPLS, right? So that's one thing that's reasonably true already. But I think, you know, just to your point here, instead of your follow-up was very much, we're still learning, this is new, things are research still, we're still learning. That wasn't the content of your presentation to begin with. It was, this is the future and you must do it. You know, that's how it came across. So I'm happy that we're still learning. I'm happy that we're still forging a path and trying to figure out what is the correct answer. And I'm more than happy with, you know, to continue contributing to that. But yeah,
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom, and before you run away, it's basically a question then to you as a member of this community. What is happening right here and in general, I would say, is a miscommunication. There are different entities who see mostly the same aspects in very different ways. Right? There's operational view of the world, there's engineering view of the world, there's academic view of the world. And those worlds don't necessarily, well, interconnect, so to say. Do you see this, and by this I mean the routing working group might be a place of continuing these discussions? This is related to this last part of what we're planning to have, well, what routing working group can do. Do you see this as, well, one-off feedback saying that, yeah, nice presentation, but it's a little bit misaligned with the reality? Or do you see that this can lead somewhere?
I don't want to speak on behalf of the entire community, but in my honest opinion,
as a member of a community,
in my opinion, there is work for us to be done here, and there is awareness that needs to be raised. Right, these matters are really important to operators. Something we say a lot is there are not enough operators involved in the IETF, and a lot of these things are being developed there, and standards are being discussed and debated. There is definitely a place for operator communities such as RIPE to be able to expand on that, consider the consequences, the security considerations. It is important we talk about it, but messaging is also important. So.
Hi there. Very Sotolorovic, Juniper Networks. Just one question, quick one. First of all, did you consider all use cases such as multicast? Because when segment routing MPLS was introduced, and you know that very well, it did not and still does not directly support multicast. So that was a drawback, leading to many people who were running MPLS networks to still keep in place the good old LDP, only because LDP can do point to multi-point. So that's my first question. Did you consider multicast? Yeah, and then I have one short one.
I represent only myself, and probably you are bigger than me. This is my personal opinion. I don't know about the multicast for the future. I don't implement a multicast and on a Service 6, and I do not any experience. I have a lot of experience on a Service 6 today. I implemented a Service 6 in opposite to other solution, not only MPLS. Also, many people here in Italy don't implement MPLS. Using other transport, also static transport, no problem. I talk about what I do, not the future. But there is an interoperability test, and the future I don't know is only 3 years. I don't have a really answer to you. I'm honest.
Okay, slight correction. It's not only 3 years; it's quite longer because SRA6 ideas started with Comcast and then evolved into a larger story. So the protocol is kind of getting into its maturity. My concern here is when I speak about use cases, I'm not concerned about whether you're going to use MPLS or SRV6 or whatever. If you're introducing something, you need to take into consideration everything that is running today. So multicast is a substantial part, and we had yesterday a BOF about that, substantial part of community, and not only community, but the means of transporting information over the network from one to many. So I think that one will deserve to be mimicked in the future by whatever mechanism that is. And the second question I wanted to ask is...
1 minute. 1 minute. Just please ask, but that's 1 minute.
Okay, sure. Did you consider migration scenarios from the current implementations towards the new architecture?
I studied the situation about not terrestrial network with Pietro. This is the presentation, and I study only for the local area, for the local provider here in Italy. You know, these two providers in Italy don't use anymore other transport layer that not only a Service 6. That's enough.
Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot. So thanks for your views. Thanks for the presentation, and please continue this discussion that you started here afterwards. It appears that there's a certain level of, say, miscommunication or misalignment in the views that could be rectified. Right, next topic. Tiers giving an update on repositories.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. This is working. Great. So yeah, I want to give a quick update or a short deep dive about RPKI repositories at the RIPE NCC. And it's maybe a good topic to discuss at the end as well, because this is a detailed RPKI topic about how we made something more resilient for you, the community. But also it's something that may be quite tangentially related, relevant for this working group. Now let me figure out this clicker thing. But first, I want to do a quick call to action about our user experience research that we are doing. As you may have heard during the services working group, we're looking at the UX of a lot of projects at the RIPE NCC, and my colleague Antonella, sitting there, has finished an initial user study about the experience of the current RPKI dashboard. We have a new prototype, a mock-up for user experience research. During this week, She has done 14 usability tests, but more participants are very welcome. So if you want to participate this week, drop by in the coffee break room. If you want to participate remotely, yeah, shoot her an email, because we want to make something that's not drastically different, but it's easier for you all to use. Now let's continue to my actual content, the deeper dive into RPKI repositories. And while I think you all know RPKI probably, I think it's good to have another short introduction. And here's a sheet that I graciously took for my colleagues in the learning and development team. All 5 RERs have an RPKI trust anchor, and below those trust anchors, users create signed RPKI objects. Those objects are then retrieved by relying party software, RPKI validators. They validate these objects, and the validated payloads, which effectively is routing policy, is then injected into routers. The relying party software downloads these objects over rsync or RDP protocol, and today we'll look into these to those repositories. But before diving into those repositories, I want to introduce a slightly different view of RPKI, because I do see 2 sides of the system. You have the side of that US operators consume, where it's about creating objects that affect routing and ROAS and that side. But I also see the other side of being a CA operator, where it's about software, repositories, availability, certificates, and we have a slightly different perspective on that. So to me, the RPKI system is also a hierarchy of certificates, and these end up in repositories. And if you look at how this is structured at the RIPE NCC, we have a number of internal CAs, some that we sign offline, others that we sign online. And then members have their own certificate authority below that. And you can pick to have a hosted CA where we manage the private key in our HSM, and you can create the objects. And those objects end up in the repositories that we're talking about today. Or you have the dedicated and hybrid RPKI, which is a whole new topic, a whole different topic, sorry. So if you look at this RPKI thing, it has grown over the last years, and by now you have quite a few objects. Without looking, actually I can check it there. There's around 95,000 certificates, CRLs, manifests, ROAS in our repository. And you can transfer that either over rsync or over RDP. So effectively it's a collection of a lot of small files. And when you use RDP, it downloads an XML file, a delta to update to the next state. And if you use rsync, rsync connects, recursively lists the directories, compares the file names, the timestamps, and transfers what's different. And as you can probably see there in those numbers as well, rsync is a bit more efficient when you transfer the files initially. And for consecutive checks, I'm not really sure if it's more efficient than a conditional HTTP request, probably actually not. But what's really important there is that for me, as the CA operator, is that RDP is much more efficient because it doesn't consume CPU time on the server, or not a lot of CPU time on the server when transferring files. So yeah, when I started off at in this team at the RIPE NCC, we had a relatively simple setup. Our certificate authority software published files to a publication server and to an NFS volume. The rsync server was reading from this NFS volume, and the publication server was running outside the RIPE NCC network behind the CDN. This had a few limitations though. One important one is maintenance, because if you have only one publication server instance and you do maintenance, it's probably not available. And the other limitation, also benefit because it's simple, is that rsync was reading files from NFS. And one key thing to know there is that you have these 2 transport protocols, and the software probably only downloads it once, so it prefers one. So in practice, it prefers RDP. And rsync is mostly used when RDP has an issue. So that means that if we break the RDP repository slowly, but because luckily there's a bit of jitter before the blind parties fall back, a thundering herd kind of arrives at these rsync repositories. So you have infrastructure that suddenly needs to have a lot of capacity. And while reading rsync from NFS works really well with low load, we had the issue there that with NFS you cannot cache the metadata. So when there's a fallback, you all these clients connect, they connect, rsync lists the repository recursively. We have this massive directory with like 22,000 files. And as a result, we have a lot of stat operations on the file system. And the capacity limitation we hit during that fallback was that we had around 250K stat operations a second. And that's where our storage peaked. Okay, cool. So we've tried to make this more resilient by making it more complex. I realize now I look at this new diagram. And we've tried to evolve this based on operational needs and to evade failure modes that we've really realized. So first, let's continue with rsync, because I was just talking the most about rsync. Never thought I would think this much about rsync in my life, to be honest. Where we now have a setup that doesn't read from NFS, but it reads. We have a daemon that reads content from one of our publication servers with RDP content, writes that content to the disk, and then serves this content from a local file system. This means that the VM, because it's reading from a local disk, can use cached I/O, and suddenly the limitations are no longer those NFS stat calls, but it's CPU CPU limited. And what in practice is more important than rsync is RDP, because that's the primary source that's preferred by these multiple we have one outside CDNs in front of this this origin that we alternate between on a weekly basis. So the fallback to the other CDN is a regular activity, and also when we see any glitch in this RDP infrastructure in our own monitoring, which is quite extensive by now, we just switch over, because this switch is a safe process that we can just do, and clicking a button in GitLab to change the CNAME is much faster than any type of debugging you can do, because in practice, debugging took 15 minutes, and in the end, you still try to switch over anyway. Why not switch over in the beginning and debug afterwards? With this setup, we think we've covered quite a few failure modes that we've seen over the last years, and we have also introduced quite a bit of complexity, I have to add, when I have to show it here. And the most important glitch that we actually see is also the downside of using a CDN, because all these CDNs have tiny glitches, and in that case, you're really happy that that you can flick that switch there. On the other hand, we also have this publication server outside our network, where we can point the CDNs to, and that's, for example, something that helped us recently when there was a quite public network glitch somewhere in Amsterdam. Now a little bit more on rsync, because you may have realized that we have these processes and they synchronize to this from this server, but you have multiple instances synchronizing from one source. They may not be perfectly in sync. So why does that work? And actually, there's a kind of simple realization there, and that's that it takes a while to copy all these files and to process these with a validator. So if you want in a realistic setting to see all the content, then you need to first connect to one machine, transfer the files, process them with the validator, connect again, and then connect to a machine that's behind. So in practice, because this takes I guess at least 90 seconds for most people to run this at least, and then you have quite a bit of time for this to synchronize. So in practice, you have a quite nice mechanism that causes files to move forward in time, and for relying parties to actually like the new content that they see. And furthermore, for rsync, moving backwards in time is kind of fine. It's kind of ambiguous because of how processing of manifest works. There's a nice active detailed discussion, which will probably pop up on some blog or in IETF context. But as operators, you probably just should know that it works, and we think we've made it better. I hope this was a tiny bit interesting to you all. And yeah, I hope that anybody has some questions.
Discussion time. Anyone? Right, then what? Thank you for your presentation, and we move to the next one. Update on SCION. Nick, the stage is yours.
All right. Thank you, Ignis, and thank you to working group for the time. My name is Nicola from the SCION Association, and today I would like to give you some updates about what has happened in SCION in the last couple of years. Before we get started, actually, how many of you have heard about SCION before? All right, I see some hands raised. That's great. So my presentation will first give a very quick overview of what SCION is, just for the ones that are not familiar with it. And then I will focus on deployments and on internet drafts that we have been working on. So let's see if I can figure this out. All right. So what is SCION? Well, SCION is a path-aware interdomain architecture. So before we have seen, for example, SRv6 that is bringing path awareness inside a single administrative domain. Well, SCION is path-aware, but it tries to do this interdomain. So when it comes to routing traffic from one autonomous system to the other. And so that means that SCION enables use cases as, for example, interdomain multipath, enabling performance-based routing. If something goes wrong, then you can actually failover paths in around round trip time. So you can do this quite quickly. And that is not only if something fails at close to the endpoint, but also in the middle of the network. And so that's what makes it different from other multipath approaches as, for example, multipath TCP. This is all enabled by endpoint path control. So that means that in SCION, a source endpoint is actually doing a path lookup. It chooses a path to the destination based on a number of path characteristics. And then it sends over this packet that contains this path information to the destination. And I think this property is interesting if you consider the security aspects of SCION. So these paths are all authenticated during route discovery. And there is path authorization when in the data plane when these packets are going to the wire. So that, first of all, gives the sender stronger guarantees that the packet is going to traverse the intended path. And it also enables use cases as, for example, geofencing. So making sure that traffic stays within a certain area of the network. And because of that properties, the early adopters that we got with SCION are, for example, in the area of finance. The main use case is an ecosystem of entities that need to communicate between each other in a, let's say, reliable way and in verticals that care about where this data is going. So that's why finance, energy, and so on, this kind of a bit more critical workloads. So this is all enabled by a very specific trust model. And this is given by the fact that SCION splits the overall network in what we call isolation domains. So in this figure, you can see the big ovals are isolation domains, and each one of the nodes is actually an autonomous system. And what is typical of these isolation domains is that each one of them has its own root of trust. So there is no omnipotent root of trust, as in other PKIs, but trust is really locally scoped to each one of these, let's say, trust bubbles. And another interesting aspect of that is that these roots of trust are not in the hand of a single entity, but there is actually a voting process so that several entities multilaterally are in charge of the governance of these trust root certificates that then act as a root of trust in each isolation domain. And this is all used then by routing to authenticate paths. So I think this area is quite interesting. So how do you actually deploy it? Well, of course, SCION is quite different from what we have today. SCION is meant to be interdomain. So if you want to add SCION on top of an autonomous system, you usually add some SCION border routers at the edge of the network. These routers then have SCION links to neighbor SCION routers in other autonomous systems. But by design, SCION tries to reuse whatever you have inside the autonomous system. So that's on the data plane, on the control plane. So if you have OSPF or whatever, then it runs, let's say, as an overlay inside the AS, but it runs as potentially native SCION when you go interdomain. So how does that work with actual clients? Well, SCION has its own data plane. So you can, in principle, add a SCION stack to a hand host, and this will natively talk SCION to other hosts in the network. In the productive deployments that we have today, I mean, there's of course IP-based applications, so this would not be so easy, and that's why usually there is a SCION to IP gateway, and what you see a SIG in this figure, and that is doing conversion and encapsulation from SCION to IP. This SCION to IP gateway can also be deployed inside a SCION provider's network. So that's what we call carrier grade SIG. And so that's the last two use cases that you see here. So what about productive deployments? Well, our biggest productive deployment that we have today consists of the Secure Swiss Finance Network, or SSFN. So this is a network that handles financial transactions between banks in Switzerland. So it overall is connecting around 300 banks, and it runs processes, applications as, for example, interbank clearing. So when you pay money from one bank to the other, so that handles around 20 billion francs, 200 billion francs per day in terms of payments. And the network is being migrated to a SCION-based network, so that should be done by next September. The reason why SCION was interesting for the finance industry is, first of all, because of this multilateral governance and also locally scoped governance, this isolation domain concept. And indeed, they have their own finance isolation domains. Of course, the reliability and the ability to do performance-based routing was also interesting. The fact that data stays within this trusted part of the network was interested for this kind of vertical. And ultimately, this is a multi-ISP solution. So there's, I think, currently 5 different service providers that provide SCION connectivity for this ecosystem. SCION is not only in use in the finance industry, so we see some first steps also outside of it. In Switzerland, there is a healthcare network, this so-called HIN Trust Circle, that is that's been set up based on SCION to connect hospitals, clinics, and so on. The power industry has started to look at SCION. I think here the path awareness properties are interesting when it comes to fast failover. For example, if the power goes out in a certain part of the country. There is also an initiative to build a global SCION education network. So here there's a few universities and NRENs that are involved, a bit in US, Europe, and some of them in Asia. So in the slides, you also have pointers if you want to know more about that. So the ecosystem, there's still a bit of research that is involved and keeps investigating more the research aspects of SCION, but we also have a productive community, a few ISPs that are on it, and this is growing. And so I think community for such, let's say, different approach is very important. So last year, we constituted the SCION Association, and we have some of the deployers, early adopters as our members. We work in several areas. We take care of the open source implementation, so you can find it on GitHub, and we're actually trying to make it better. There is, of course, also a commercial implementation from an Apaya, a vendor with all the bells and whistles that you need to run it in production. But it is important that we also develop the open source. We also work on community. So we had a community event in Zurich. We also had quite a few people coming at the last IETF hackathon to work on the open source and on a deployment guide. And then having a clear specification is very important. So we have been active at the IRTF and IETF through the last year and a half. And so I'm very happy that today, if you want to know what SCION is and the specification, then you can just go and look it up on Data Tracker. So there's drafts that cover all the core components of SCION, control plane, data plane, PKI, plus a couple of other introduction drafts. These are not adopted, so the work there is still ongoing, and there's a long way to go. And on this, first of all, we really are learning a lot by interacting with the community. So if you're curious, if you read the drafts and have some concerns or some feedback, then you're very welcome to let us know. We will need to figure out a place for this draft. SCION is a bit cross-domain, so there's PKI, there's data plane, and so on. So we'll have to see what the next steps are in terms of draft adoption. We will continue also developing the open source implementation. And I think in the long term, it is also important that we'll see more deployments also outside of Switzerland. It is also important that as we go through perhaps an IETF process, that we evolve the protocol, the specification. We need to perhaps make it more interoperable. We need to maybe simplify it or change it. So this will be definitely a long and interesting discussion. I think with this, I'm wrapping up. So here on the slides, you see a few pointers, developer documentation, link to the SCION vendor, the research website, and so on. And I think with this, we can open up to questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, please. And we also have some questions in the virtual queue. Please, Tom Hill.
Hi there, thank you very much. Tom Hill from BT. Broadly speaking, I mean, I've had my eye on SCION at the IETF and at work and various things for a little while, but broadly speaking, I'm still confused as to why we need to add this level of trust into routing protocols. I do believe that we solve trust at a higher level of protocol, already today, and I don't particularly see why we need to backport that down the stack. One thing that I was curious about there, and I'm not sure if we fully covered this, was if you are in a situation where you would like to run SCION, to my understanding, you have to have all of your border routers in an AS number, in a given AS, running SCION and capable of performing SCION activities.
So concerning your second question about the routers, SCION can run somehow in parallel with your existing network. So in principle, you can have one border router and a connection to some SCION neighbor to run SCION. You can also use this border router to collect traffic from your customers, whether they use the gateway or they use the native daemon.
Right, okay.
So you don't need to enable it on all of them.
I'm going to have to try and understand how that doesn't compromise the trust. Lastly, the next question is there a way to provide this over the top? Is there a way to provide SCION as a service over an existing network that is non-SCION compliant?
That is a great question, and I think that is an area where interoperability can be improved. So the way that this is done today, for example, for remote workers in some of these networks, is by running this SCION gateway inside the ISP's AS. So traffic is collected, let's say, as close as possible to the source, but that is limited to a single autonomous system. There are some research proposals about, getting like a SCION POP to advertise prefixes and so on. So this is called ASPAS, but this is experimental, like more than SCION. So it's
yeah, okay. Well,
yeah.
Thank you for your presentation.
Right. Oh, we have Peter Hessler joining us remotely.
Hello, Peter Hessler from the OpenBSD project. My question is mostly around trust, or more importantly, not trust. So I see that in a lot of your examples, the people participating in SCION are in similar sectors to each other. So like the finance groups all want to talk to the other finance groups. The people involved in power want to talk to people in power.
Sorry, I think you're breaking off. Would you mind repeating the question? I think you broke off.
Okay, is this more clear now?
Yes.
Okay, so my question is about not trust. In all of your examples that you showed of deployments, the groups necessarily trust each other. if SCION was to be used in a more general purpose network, for example, as not suggesting this will happen, but as a replacement for the entire internet, for example, many groups don't trust each other. How would we solve this? Like one great example is a new political party may not be doesn't trust the current political party in power, or there will be a group working on reforming police corruption, which necessarily does not trust the police force. How would these isolation domains and trust relationships work in that situation?
So that's a great question. So to clarify this, let's say that, for example, you as an IS, police IS or something, want to join a certain isolation domain. Well, in order to participate into routing in that isolation domain, you need to obtain the certificates from a set of ISs that are in charge of governance. And that's also, that has something to do with this voting process. So going back to your question, I think if there's portions that do not mutually trust each other, then they would perhaps end up in separate isolation domains. And then whether communication is possible between the two, then that means whether a trust relationship, so accepting each other's root certificates, is possible or not. So SCION in that sense tries to make this trust or this distrust a bit more explicit. But within each isolation domain, then you need to have this level of trust. So if somebody disagrees, then in principle, I mean, they could, the certificates could be revoked, or they might not be able to join this IST. And that's why I think where we have had, success in getting productive deployments is in this a bit more contained networks as for finance.
All right, thank you. Any other comments, questions, discussions? Last call. Well, if not, then thank you.
All right, thanks a lot.
And then we move to the last part of our meeting, the open microphone discussion. The routing working group, what it does, what you want it to do, and in general, any comments and feedbacks. By the way, have you looked up what was the last document that was published related to the routing working group? And when was that? All right, the microphone queues are open, please. Any comments, any discussions? And this is to start basically a longer term discussion, which would overflow into the mailing list. Please.
So Tobias Ubik, MPI. Just as a little bit of an advertisement, I'm currently working on an IETF draft updating BCP 194. So the BGP security considerations, trying to make a more comprehensive document, which also does not recommend announcing IXP prefixes to the GRT. So I would be very happy if people could take a look at the draft, which can be found by Googling for BGP sec update IETF, and provide feedback and maybe fill out things in GitHub, tickets, things they like, things they don't like, things they want to see added, things they want to go away.
Okay, thank you. It seems that we have Peter Hessler again in the queue. Peter.
Yeah, Peter Hessler from GlobalWays. I think as far as the working group charter is concerned, I'm quite happy for the routing working group not necessarily to publish documents. I think one of the big strengths of the working group is being able to disseminate information to operators, and especially IETF protocols and discussions, new techniques, new ideas, new considerations. So I'm relatively happy with what the working group is doing currently.
Okay, thank you for the feedback. Any other comments? Right, everyone is happy with the routing working group. Well, we are just certainly glad to hear that. Then, Peter, you had this chair topic.
Yeah, if we do want to discuss that further,
to start the discussion, then, right? So
yeah.
we still have time for discussion. Well, it's kind of a funny situation, I would say. When we have agenda really full, we get complaints that, well, why don't you allocate more time for the discussions? So this time we have more time for questions and comments. And I am already kind of suspecting that we'll get complaints that why we ended up meeting short.
One of the things we would like to discuss with you is when voting on a certain, for a chair to be selected. The last time we used humming. The good thing about humming is it's anonymous or relatively anonymous. The problem is we don't have a strict count, and it might not be clear if one candidate is more preferred than the other, because if you're sitting closer to the observers of the humming, and you hum a bit louder, then you might have more influence on the result than someone who's sitting in the back of the room, or a place in the room where no observer is near. Would you prefer some kind of electronic voting in that case? And what about remote participants? How do we count their votes? Should we count their votes? If anyone wants to come up to the mic and share their thoughts.
Hello, Tom Hill, BT. I was in the IPv6 working group earlier, and they used Meet Echo with a poll to elect a working group chair. That worked really well.
That could certainly work, yeah. Well, do you need to be signed into the signed up for the meeting to vote? Okay, that's important.
You do in that case, yes.
Okay.
And it took me a little while to find my Meet Echo link because I haven't used it this week.
Okay.
But it didn't take too long. Wasn't too hard.
Thank you.
Jen, you want to clarify on that?
Yeah. I guess you need to be signed up. You can use a lightweight client from the phone, but I guess people are kind of supposed to sign up for the meeting. I think remote attendance is still free, right? So
it is.
Yeah, so people who are here can vote because they're getting the link, and people who are remote here also. I think it would be quite important to let people who are not in the room to vote, right? Because not everyone can be here for various reasons, right? And we shouldn't discriminate based on who is physically present.
Thank you. One of the other questions, of course, is, do you want us to have fixed terms? Can chairs be re-elected? What do you think about continuity? Because, well, you might not want to get rid of an experienced, hard-working chair just because his term is over. Miriam?
Hi, yeah, Miriam Kühne, Vice Chair. I wanted to make a comment also about the previous topic about the humming. Different working groups use different things, and just to go back a step, we used to do selection, and actually you probably better say selection because people don't want you to elect at the right meeting. But we used to do selections on the mailing lists, but then it turned out that people find it awkward to say like, well, I'd rather have this, I don't like this person, or people don't want to say negative things about their colleagues on the lists. So with Meet Echo and with having a possibility to get people in the room who aren't actually present here, like on the remote platforms, you actually started this trend last time with the humming in the room, and then we thought, okay, how can we also include remote participants? So I spoke to the Meet Echo guys at the ITF, and they actually have an electronic humming, but they said our facilities here with the polls has more it's better. It has more functionality, and you can have multiple candidates and so forth. But this is not a requirement. You can also say you can do it on the list. But some working groups made good experience, have good experience now. The IPv6 did it this time, IPv6 working group. So that's definitely a possibility, and MeetEcho works for that. Just to remind people why we started going back to having selections at the meetings, because we thought in the past this was unfair, it doesn't include people online, but now with MeetEcho that works. On the topic of term limits, yeah, I do hear more and more community members actually ask for that, or almost kind of demand that it's good to have just across the board have term limits. It doesn't mean you as a chair cannot also restand, say your term ends after 2 or 3 years, whatever, how many working group chairs there are, and say, and have an open call on a regular basis so people can plan for that, and can also say, okay, I would like to prepare maybe for being volunteer next time. And then, you have a list of candidates, and then people can select them. I do think it's healthy for a working group, and I think our community likes us to have a certain rotation and to have term limits for working group chairs. It's also healthy for you to take a break from time to time, and get some new people in. So I just wanted to have a strong suggestion on that one.
Thank you.
I think we need to clarify what we mean by term limit. You mean limited number of terms or limited duration of the given term, right? Yeah. So I think we need to make distinguish between that, right? Because it's one thing to limit it, let's say, for 2 or 3 years, and then being able to stand again. Or we're saying, okay, no more than twice, no more than 6 years, and you go away for at least 1 term. So let's clarify this.
Thank you. I don't want to hog the microphone. No, but there's definitely, that's true. There are 2 things, and some working groups have both, and I have actually really good experience with that. DNS working group has done it for many, many years. They have term limits per chair, and then that you can have 2 terms, so then they're out. And then maybe they at least have 1 term break, and then maybe they can stand again next time. So some working groups have implemented this and made good experience with that, and they have new ideas and new chairs come in from time to time. But it doesn't mean it's like a totally new team like every year. It's like maybe once every year someone steps out, and then they can reapply once, but not more. But yeah, there are 2 different things: term limits and number of terms. I think you would probably call them. Yeah.
Shane Kerr, IBM. So I was one of the people who caused the DNS working group to adopt these limits where we have 3-year terms and then maximum of 2 consecutive terms. I think it's really good. I think we need to have new people in. It provides a gentle way for chairs to step down if maybe they're losing enthusiasm. And honestly, we've got a lot of people in this room. We shouldn't have a hard time finding qualified people who are interested in the topic and able to do it. And if you can't find any, then maybe the working group isn't as interesting as people think. But I don't think in routing that's ever going to be a danger. And I actually would prefer if all working groups had the same procedure and same policy for stuff. So I encourage every working group to consider just using the DNS process because it's the best.
Daniel.
Hi, I'm Daniel Karrenberg, one of the founders of RIPE, current RIPE NCC staff member, speaking for myself, actually speaking for Randy Bush because he's already had to leave. What I observe is that we're ossifying, and we're also putting out the appearance of not being really accessible to people who just walk in and might be enthusiastic. So what I would encourage the working group chairs to do, and the members of the working group, is to look around them for people who might make good working group chairs and appear open, to change and to see some more. I hate to say it, diversity, and especially also in age and hair color. Thank you.
Right, and we have Peter Hessler once again in the queue, who wins a virtual prize for being the most active participant.
Excellent, thank you. Yeah, Peter Hessler. I would like to make a concrete proposal that since the writing working group has 3 chairs, that each chair gets a term of 3 years, alternating, so only one chair would be up for election every year. I have no specific preference on if there is a term limit situation, but I would suggest 2 or 3 terms if we do end up with a term limit. And I think we can propose a raffle amongst the existing chairs for who gets 1 year, who gets 2 years, who gets 3 years. And then every round, we just call for nominations and then just have the election voting process that way.
Thank you for making a proposal. Let me make a counter proposal. Make the numbers 2 and 2, just to have a good churn. And that is no thanklessness towards the working group chairs who really do a good job. It's more to encourage some turnover and some opportunities for new people to refresh. So 2-year terms, a maximum of two
But
terms.
if you do 2-year terms and you've got 3 chairs, how is that going to work? Then there would be 2 at the same time in 1 year and then 1 the next year. I think that's a bit too quick.
Get rid of the third one.
Figure it out, but I think sort of 3 years. 3 years is feels long to me. Yeah. So maybe elect 2 at a time. Then it's not impossible. So I said elect, or I said the wrong. Miriam points out I said the word select. 2 at a time.
Select, indeed.
I'm more. So my point is, let's have more renewal. That's what I'm saying.
That's clear. Thank you.
Right, so that's it. So one thing that we don't need to find and finalize a solution right now. This is a start or initiation of the discussion. This needs to go to the mailing list, and for the next meeting, we would want to have something decided, both on the chairs and on the overall vision of what the routing working group is supposed to do, or what you would like routing working group to do. So yes, we had a few of the proposals, comments that will be taken into account, but there's probably more than 100 of you here in the room, right? And we heard only a few of the opinions. So please raise what you think about that and speak up.
We are running over time, so we might do it better do that on the mailing list. But
so I think we still have 3 minutes of our meeting time left. Please rate the sessions, provide the feedback, and we also would like to hear on this format where we have more time for discussion compared to back-to-back presentations. If you think that is the right way to do, we might try to continue with that and ask for 3 consecutive routing working group slots for next meeting and to accommodate all the content. If you think that we need to squeeze back to the previous format, we might ask for 1-hour slot then.
Miriam Kühne, Vice Chair. I just wanted to make you aware there's also the possibility of interim sessions. Some other working groups have done that as well. If you think you have too much content, or if you have one specific topic you would like to get more feedback from the working group on, it's the RDAP NCC is happy to provide a Zoom link or whatever and help you set it up. So that's really quite easy to do an online interim session in between the meetings. Other working groups felt that the time between the meetings is a bit long sometimes if you want to get work done.
Noted, thanks.
Right, last call for any other comments remaining, and if not, and I don't see anyone coming to the mic, nobody in the virtual queue, well, we declare victory, and you get, what, 1 minute and 20 seconds of your time back. Thank you, everyone.
See you all in Krakow. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. Oh, that's loud. My name's Karla Liddle-White. I'm from the RIPE NCC, and I'm moderating this session today. Thank you, everyone who's in the room, at home, and at the local hubs. Thank you for being part of this. This is the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion session, and we have, I think, a brilliant lineup of presentations for you today. We've got some lightning talks, so we've got about 5 minutes-ish lightning talks for you today, and then after each lightning talk we can have discussions and questions. Keep it a bit free-flowing, but within the time. So we've got diversity at RIPE meetings with Gergana, my colleague from the RIPE NCC. We've got giving credit accurately improves diversity with Valerie, care in and for system administration work with Manat, and roasting the current RIPE meeting with Anika and Maria. And then we're going to finish off with accessibility at RIPE meetings with Sasha. So without further ado, Gergana.
Let me start my timer. Hello, everyone. My name is Gergana Petrova. I'm Community Development Manager at RIPE NCC. And yeah, as part of community development efforts, we're trying to improve the diversity at RIPE meetings. So in the next few minutes, I'm going to show you some statistics that I managed to take from our meeting software. Oh, yes, no problem. So while I'm waiting for the slides, I'm going to focus on some diversity aspects. There's many diversity aspects, of course. The three that I'm going to focus on during this presentation is academics. You know, how many people from academia are coming to RIPE meetings versus people from other industries. How many new people are coming to our meetings as percentage of the total attendees. And finally, attendance of women. So yes, moving on to my first section, academics. Why is it important to us? Looking at the history of the RIPE community and the history of the internet as a whole, let's say 30 years ago, the composition of the RIPE community and the RIPE meetings was quite different. Almost, actually even more than 50% of the attendees were coming from academia, and they had like a lot more involvement as a percentage than at the moment. Why? Because even though the absolute numbers of academics has been increasing, the absolute numbers of other attendees has been increasing even more because, for example, for-profit companies have a lot more financial resources to send people to the RIPE meeting. So an overview of how many students, so not academics in general, but students. You can see that the absolute numbers, this averages to about 12 people per RIPE meeting. How I measure this, we have a special ticket for students, 50 euros, reduced rate. And so basically I go in the meeting software and select how many people have selected that option. You can see that for the online meetings during COVID, I don't have data because that option didn't exist. The ticket cost 0 euros. So I don't have the data for that. And the average that you see is without those meetings. So about 2% of meeting attendees are students. What we do for students, I already mentioned the reduced ticket of 50 euros. In addition to that, in the past 2 years, we have stepped up outreach to local universities. Why local universities? Because actually the 50 euro ticket is the smaller financial burden. The higher financial burden is paying for flights, paying for accommodation to come to the meeting. So by reaching out to local students, that financial burden is minimal. We also organize an online session 3 weeks before the RIPE meeting, where the RIPE chair introduces the RIPE community, and we also have a few other technical presentations. As of basically post-COVID, the RIPE chair team has approved 15 free student tickets. So when we're reaching out to those local universities, we basically say yes, we remove the financial burden at all from attending the RIPE meeting, and those tickets we distribute on a first-come, first-served basis. Moving on to academics in general, You can see on the slide the absolute numbers. So this includes the students and also the RACI people that we bring. So 54 on average per meeting. You can see that during the pandemic, we have some of the highest attendance as a percentage of the total of academia. So for example, the last 2 virtual meetings, it was 10.5%. So that's one of the highest. On average, the percentage is 8.5 of the total meeting attendance come from academia. And I'm not sure exactly what happened in Berlin and Rotterdam. So these are like 2 of the last 3 meetings. The attendance as percentage is lower. I don't know if this is a trend or just straight after the pandemic, it was a little bit more difficult for academics to travel due to restrictions of their universities. I don't know. In the next few years, I will see if this trend persists or if this was just a post-pandemic fluke. So what we do for academics, you know, the Academic Cooperation Initiative, RACI, that brings academics with useful research to present. So we fund their travel and accommodation and the meeting ticket. We also organize a session for academics and also NRENs. This time it took place on Tuesday. It's a parallel event to the RIPE meeting, just for people to get to know each other from the same industry. We also host academic sessions at universities. So usually that's either online, or if we're anywhere in that city due to some other event, we combine it like this. This year we have stepped up a lot efforts at that. We have 15 sessions that we've hosted. And yeah, if you have any connection with a professor who might be interested in giving us the floor, please let us know. And yeah, we also sponsor and attend a number of academic conferences, in particular our researchers. All right, moving on to newcomers. Here are the numbers. First, the absolute numbers, and then as a percentage. So on average, 182 people per RIPE meeting are newcomers. The way that I see that is from this is my first RIPE meeting tick box on the registration page, which you saw when registering. For the first 2 virtual meetings, we didn't have that box in the registration. That's why you don't see the data. For the other 2, we do have it. Interestingly enough, the meeting being fully online did not mean more newcomers. It actually, as a percentage, we see that it's some of the lowest, around 21%. So basically, being online just encouraged more people to come back to the RIPE meeting. And yeah, in general, it fluctuates between 20 and 30% of newcomers. To be honest, I'm not sure if that's good or bad. I'm curious to hear your ideas. But what we do for newcomers, once they come, once they register. So we have the mentorship program for them, where we match them with an experienced community member. They can introduce them to basically what the RIPE meeting is about, but also some other key people in the community. We have the meet and greet lunches and the meet and greet desk. We also organize 2 newcomer sessions. One is a week before the RIPE meeting, and one is just before the opening plenary, the week off. And we have the newcomer reception. Now, the one question that I have for this session, for brainstorming, is actually how we get to the point that they register for the RIPE meeting. So once they register, we know how to take care of them. But like, how do we promote the meeting so that more people join? I would like to have some brainstorm after my talk on that. All right, let me just quickly see how I'm doing with time. Okay, roughly halfway. So women, some statistics on women's attendance at the RIPE meetings. Again, you can see the absolute numbers and the percentages. On average, we have 98, so just under 100 women per RIPE meeting. And as a percentage, that is just below 15%, so 14.95. Interestingly enough, during the pandemic, so if you see the virtual ones, 82, what is it, 83, there was a lower percentage of women attending the RIPE meeting. And yeah, that kind of fits with the general observation that the pandemic disproportionately affected working women. So the burden of unpaid labor in the household fell disproportionately on women, so they didn't have the opportunity to attend events or just stay employed. What we do for women, so I've listed two things, even though these are not specifically for women. Childcare is something that we started offering in an attempt to make it easier for new parents to come to RIPE meetings. Of course, it depends on demand. So for example, for this meeting, we didn't receive a lot of requests for it, so we didn't organize it. But this is something that we are going to keep on making available in the future if there is demand for this. And then I'm also listing the fellowship. I would like to mention the fellowship, not specifically targeting women, but this is one tool where we are trying to increase all types of diversity. So more students, people from diverse geographical backgrounds, and also gender diversity. How does these numbers compare to women in the IT industry as a whole? You can see some numbers on the slide. So among ICT specialists, about 15 to 25% are women in Western Europe, and 25 to 35 are women in Eastern Europe. Some other numbers in some tech firms. So my general message is that all of these numbers that I managed to find online are higher than the 15% that we see at RIPE meetings. So I'm concerned about this number. I don't know. I would like to brainstorm here, maybe in the room, what more can we do to increase that number? But just looking at the stats, it's not looking great. I have another slide on women among newcomers. So first-time women at RIPE meetings is approximately 26 as an absolute number, and 14.91% of attendees. Several observations here. The number 14.91 is slightly lower than the number. Let me go back. The number here, it's very similar but slightly lower. So the reason that I'm kind of concerned about it is because if we look at newcomers as the future of the RIPE community, and that would basically mean that in the future we cannot expect things to improve. Just looking at the composition of the newcomers today or in the past few meetings. So yeah, kind of two worrying messages from me today. And I just wanted to mention here, because there were some concerns about the RIPE meeting in Belgrade as a location, but at least when it comes to diversity of women, this was our best meeting so far. Like almost 20% of the attendees were women. So yeah, I just wanted to mention that curious fact. These are newcomers. And then my last slide on women's participation is about speakers. So a few disclaimers. First of all, maybe you're wondering how I got this data. So when I go in the meeting software, I have two fields that are helping me. That's salutation, whether somebody selected Mr. or Mrs. or Miss or something else. And then also the question, what is your gender? So based on these two columns, I kind of managed to map out majority of attendees. The ones that are not mapped as staff that get registered kind of automatically, and those two fields are not filled, but I'm able to, knowing my colleagues, kind of make a good estimate. And then that leaves me with not that many actually names that I need to kind of assign into a category. And yeah, so this is how I do it for the attendees. When it comes to speakers, I just look at the name, and most of the time I know that person. With the speakers, the difficulty there is that sometimes there is the same person who is speaking at different sessions. So then do I count them twice? Sometimes the same speaker at the same session. But anyway, when you're looking at this data, please look at the trends. So I'm not going to guarantee the absolute number if it's 21 or 22, but the general trend, I'm pretty confident that is correct, at least correctly represented. So among speakers, there's a lot more variety. I've divided them between plenary and working group sessions. And yeah, you can see that 20%, 20.6% for plenary and 18.4% for working groups. On average, that's 18.7% of speakers are women. The working group sessions weigh heavily with the average because there are more speakers in working group sessions than in plenary. So if you're just wondering why it's not right in the middle between the two averages. So yeah, it's because there are slightly more women amongst the speakers rather than in the general attendance. Perhaps that means that more senior women managed to secure funding to the RIPE meeting a little bit more easier than junior colleagues. So that's something to think about if you are a budget holder, maybe something to think to try to encourage more of your junior female colleagues to attend the meeting, not just encourage them, but give them the funding, of course. And I have one not related slide, but I still wanted to show it because probably might pop up. Since RIPE 77, we also have an additional field for non-binary in our registration. So these are the absolute numbers. I didn't provide percentages because it will be very small, but these are the absolute numbers of people who selected the non-binary option in the gender question. All right, some conclusions. So what we see from the data that I've shown is that financial discounts do help attract more students. They want to get involved. And so it's just a matter of us making it easier for them to come. I mentioned the unexplained drop in academics post-COVID. My hope is that it was just a fluke and that is not an ongoing trend. Yeah, as I mentioned, when it comes to women's participation, at RIPE meetings, it's less than the industry at large, which I find concerning. And also the fact that looking at the newcomers numbers, it's not set to improve in the future. Yeah, so this is what I wanted to share with you. Next meetings, I'm hoping to be able to also share some slides on geographic diversity. But for now, these are my conclusions. Thank you.
Hi, Shane. That's very cool work. I really enjoy it. I didn't see many trends. It looked like everything was a flat line, which I guess is a trend. But I did have a question. When you have separate statistics for academics and students, are students included?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Gerd Döring, thanks for that. I'm curious about the age distribution. I know you don't have the numbers yet, but maybe it might be possible on the next registration to voluntarily put the age in. Because I keep hearing this is dominated by old white men. We know about the men part, but the actual age distribution is, I don't know. It certainly feels like we have lots of old people in the room, but there's also young folk, which is welcome.
Thanks for the suggestion. So 2 suggestions that we have been thinking on potentially implementing in our registration form is what you said, some sort of age brackets that are going to be that is going to be a voluntary field. And another one is for brackets on how many RIPE meetings you have attended so that we can see if newcomers come back again. So these are the 2 things that we're hoping to be able to implement by next meeting.
Hi, Son Stefan. Maybe another one you could consider is how experienced somebody feels. Like, are we getting a lot of older people who are new to the field, or something like that? Like, are you a beginner or an expert or in between? Because right. I'm also curious about how that affects the participation. Some people might be old, but still
yes. Absolutely. Any more suggestions? I don't see anybody heading to the mic. So I'm happy to. Oh, okay. Yes, Peter.
Okay, there we go. Hi, Peter Hessler. I have actually, you just answered my question about the newcomers on how many are coming back. So I'm grateful to hear about that. That was one thing I was very interested in. But you also wanted to know, how do you attract more newcomers to meetings? And I think that we need to consider that people who have not been to RIPE meetings are more likely to be juniors than seniors. And juniors are much more likely to be working for smaller companies than large companies that are our usual participants. Like, do we need more employees from Google or Facebook at these meetings, for example? But for smaller companies, they may have budgetary issues in sending anyone to any meeting. I've run into that many times in my career. Or also, they just may not know or realize why this is interesting or important for them to attend. I am grateful for the online availability, so people can at least not have to get funding from their company to attend, and still participate in somewhat reasonable fashion. So, thanks.
Thanks, Peter. This is really a nice comment, and something that we have been thinking about as well, the financial burden of having of attracting new junior people to the meeting, and also people from underrepresented geographical regions. The only thing that I would like to, I guess, invite you to do is, from the community, I mean, is to post about this, to give us your opinions, maybe on the RIPE mailing list, for example. It's a bit difficult for us to act based on like one person's opinion. Thank you, Peter, for saying this. I just would like to invite everybody to like post a little bit more, to say, do you agree? Do you disagree? You know, give us your feedback so that we can act. We're just the secretariat, so we need your input to go in one direction or another. Yes.
Hey, Urban Suchodolnik. So, Theo Graz, and newly in a company, a junior engineer. So like I come from the academics and from a junior, as a junior in a company, so I can talk about two sides of it. So as a student, I'll put it that way. The only way for me to start coming to RIPE meetings was, I think, the one in Belgrade, where everything altogether cost me 300 euros, where I paid also for the student ticket and for the dinner ticket and all the travel expenses. And this was something that was accessible to me. Berlin would probably also be possible for me as a first entry, while Rotterdam was 800 euros, and this I think is going to be around 600 euros. As somebody with no regular income, that is hard. It means that I'm here because as who I am, I'm privileged from my family, from my parents. Mm-hmm. This is not accessible. And I'm very happy, like from your guys' side, like you have enabled me with a fellowship to SE. So that's one of the things that has pulled me in. I have requested for Rotterdam and for here for a free student ticket, which it's 50 euros, but you know, it's a small part that I have a feeling it's easy for your team to just approve. I don't know if you even budget that, but yeah, that is great. So yeah, this is like for the accessibility, but once you get in this community, you learn that it's great, it's helpful and so on. So you want to stay in, and you do make a reasoning to put 3/4 of your monthly salary to be here. Well, now here as a junior engineer, like I have an amazing boss. I said, before I signed the contract, I said I want to go to the RIPE and to the CCC conference. And he said, okay, but I can do this only because I'm here in my free time because I work part-time. So I don't see a company sending junior engineers by themselves. Mm-hmm. And I think that's a problem. I don't necessarily have an answer for this, but I hope the company will see value in me coming here. That's why I didn't mention my employer. But yeah, I hope in the future that will change, but it's a very high barrier of entry.
Thanks, Orban. Ignacio?
Ignacio Castro, academic. So I can tell you a little bit about academics. There are three main reasons why an academic will come. It happens in their city, therefore it's for free, kind of, to be there. You get a RASI fellowship, or you have research funding. My experience is that research funding is going away from networks because not anymore frontier on the edge. Money has moved into AI and other things, and therefore, if there are no research projects, people won't have the funding to attend.
Right. Yeah. Thanks. All right. So this is my cue. Thank you all for listening and for your feedback. And I'll hand over to the next speaker.
All right, hello. I'm here to convince you that giving credit accurately is really important and helpful to diversity. So here's what we'll talk about today. I'll give you some examples of community contributions and false credit. I'll go into some detail about why credit matters. People often argue that it doesn't. We'll talk about who's more likely to get credit. Then I'll make the explicit connection between giving credit accurately and improving diversity. I want to also call out how unfairly taking credit harms diversity. We'll talk about some specific actions communities can take to give credit accurately. And then I'll talk about an example written credit policy that many folks are working on. All right, so I want to motivate this a bit. Why care about who gets credit for contributions? I found this on Hacker News. There's a link so you can see whose handle wrote it. That I thought summarized it really well, the case for stealing credit. So this person says, some people have their whole GitHub resumes, so there's like a list of contributions you've made on GitHub, built off copy-pasted contributions. Steps are open a pull request. This is the get comments asking for changes. You only have time to fix it a few days later. The PR gets closed as fixed by another PR submitted by a frequent contributor. Find said PR is your exact code with a variable name change. Approved instantly through lower friend review standards. Basically, they have a fast track to getting their code accepted. Then you look at that user's profile and you see that almost all of their contributions were copy-pasted from other people. So here's a connection between stealing credit and your GitHub resume. I want to point out, of course, that contributions come in many forms and that stealing credit happens in all of those forms. So things like DevOps, bug reports, who did figure out why the system was failing, design, documentation, event organization, mentoring standards definitions, which I would like to talk about here at RIPE. So here's a quote from the IATF experience of women participating in the IATF report. A few individuals brought up situations where their work was sidelined or sidestepped when creating new IATF initiatives or working group drafts. For some scenarios mentioned, significant contributions were not acknowledged. In these cases, the women had written drafts, which were later usurped by other drafts, without referencing the previous work or even acknowledging that the initial work existed. This obviously happens to people of all genders, including men and non-binary people. I'm going to argue that it happens to marginalized people more often. All right, so now that I've got a little context, just a little bit about me, I have around 15 years of professional software experience, another 12 years in professional diversity, equity, and inclusion. My work has been plagiarized multiple times in the way described in that first slide. And I've had to correct people for giving me credit that I didn't deserve. And surely I have accidentally taken credit when I did not mean to. All right, so just to be super clear, when someone gets credit, they get things like money, jobs, raises, promotions, bonuses, influence. People listen to their opinion more, they get to make decisions, opportunities like speaking at events, travel, grants, visas, professional networking, they form contacts who help them. And finally, satisfaction, a sense of justice and fairness and feeling appreciated. As somebody who works in open source, this is actually pretty high on the list. I'll point out that people also get most of these things, even if they didn't actually do the work they got credit for. I think they replaced the sense of justice and fairness with the sense of, aha, I got away with it again. My thing. So this almost always comes up in every single one of these discussions, which is you should not ask for credit. Asking for credit is not allowed. And I agree that there are a lot of social norms against asking for credit. And I'll talk about ways to get around that later. But I just want to say when people say good people don't ask for credit, the translation is that we punish people with less power for asking for credit. So more powerful people can take it unfairly. That's the effect, right? Because people with less power can't steal credit as much. So if you're not allowed to talk about it, this is what's going to happen. I would like to call up the related Al Capone theory, which my friend Lee Honeywell and I cannot remember who invented. So we always, like, you did it, Lee. She's like, no, you came up with it. So we just say both of us. This will be relevant. So this is the connection, again, between these two things. People who engage in sexual harassment or assault are also likely to steal, plagiarize, embezzle, engage in overt racism, or otherwise harm their business. So we were coming from a particular direction, but all of these things are connected together and likely to be occurring in the same person. All right, so I'll just try to one more clear, try to make this argument very clearly. Who's most likely and least likely to just have credit awarded to them or be able to retain it? So people who match the stereotype in people's heads of who should be doing the thing. The number of times I've had to explain that, no, really, I am a Linux kernel developer is related to my appearance. People who are already known, people who have a lot of power, people who control who gets credit. So that's the person who stands on the stage or checks in the code or publishes the draft, and people who can, in general, get away with harming other people. Least likely, of course, all the other things. People who don't match the stereotype, who are less known, who have less power, are newcomers that we were just talking about, and people with little control over who gets credit. This is the thing I notice the most when I look into this stuff, is the person who says, yes, we are putting this into the project, can say that they were the author. All right, so benefits to community for giving credit accurately. It improves retention, encourages future contributions. It attracts kind, creative, fun people who care about fairness. It improves the public reputation of your project. This is not how you want people to hear about your project, is people having a fight over who got credit. It makes more people willing to use and rely on the project when they see that it's behaving in this ethical manner. And it gives credit to people who don't match the stereotype of a contributor more easily. So I think all of this pretty clearly improves diversity, equity, and inclusion. Just to do the opposite side, people don't want to talk about this or think about it. The benefits, the corrupt benefits to individuals for falsely taking credit are especially strong in a duocracy, which is a lot of these group community projects, where contributions are the main source of power. Taking credit for their contributions directly increases their power. I notice particular leaders of projects want to maintain complete control. So taking as much credit as they can does that. They keep the monetary benefits, the career benefits. They're always the person speaking about their project at the conference or whatever. It's reducing competition by screening out anyone who cares about fairness. And it's also screening out people who don't match the stereotype. So it's sort of a group solidarity thing. So it reduces diversity, equity, and inclusion through corrupt behavior. That's why people do it. So summarize, this is what I find people tend to think about credit giving philosophy, it's obvious who should get credit, and theft of credit is not a problem. Why are we even talking about this? Because everyone agrees with me. Next one is everyone needs to be vigilant and intentional about giving credit accurately. It doesn't happen by accident. And finally, credit goes to the person strong enough and fast enough to take it. That's just fair. Okay, so some ways to give credit better. Senior people deliberately put effort into praising and recognizing junior people. We know this room is full of senior people. This is your job, do it on purpose. Frequently, proactively. When multiple people are contributing to the same a thing together, see if you can record their contributions separately and make the edits clear. Create public lists of contributors and make them easy to update. In general, like awards or lists or, contributor of the month, all that kind of stuff. Correct inaccurate or false credit quickly. This is so important. Like I said, it's happened to me just by accident. People just made a mistake. I'm not that person. So general principle, people with more power intentionally look for ways to give credit to people with less power. All right, so a specific suggestion, adopt a written policy for giving credit. This is great. You don't have to think. You just look at your policy and everyone knows how you do it. I love this example here. Somebody wrote about changing their mind. I used to think it was fine to take someone else's contribution and then create a total rewrite of it in my own branch and merge that, or go into someone's PR and push a rewrite into a new commit on GitHub. But someone had to do the same with me to realize that it kind of sucked and really soured the experience of being a contributor. People can change their minds. All right, so the open source working group is working on an example written credit policy, and I think I've got my email address at the bottom here. All right, love to hear any thoughts of yours. Thanks. Yeah, I don't know if it's time. Go.
I would just want to say, I wonder if it's easier to have questions at the end and just have the talks first, because all of them are fairly short. And then maybe if there's time, I hope we will have a bit of a discussion afterwards, if that's okay with all the speakers. I just don't want to be unfair to the last speaker and kind of falls off, at the end because we don't have time left. Thank you.
So hello, everyone. I am Mannat. I'm a postdoc researcher at the Max Planck Institute for Informatics. And my talk today is going to be about care, care in system administration work and care for system administration work. So quick background, this talk is mainly based on my PhD research and mostly on the most recent work that we did, which is about the gendered experiences of system administrators. In the study, we did focus groups with 16 sysadmins who are not cis men, and we focused on gender, both in terms of one's gender identity and also the gendered view of tasks. One of the main insights that we got from this study was that people who belong to marginalized or excluded genders in the workplace often have to do extra work and extra tasks to be seen or to be accepted as equal in the workplace. They have to go above and beyond in their tasks to be accepted. One way the extra work shows up in their work is in the form of care work. The work of care is always ongoing. It demands commitment and dedication. And it is often feminized. And because of that, it is also invisibilized. In system administration, care shows up in the form of dedication and commitment towards ensuring continuous system operations, day after day. It takes the form of maintenance and support tasks. Helping and supporting others, colleagues, and system users requires carefulness. It requires empathy and communication skills. In our study, we saw that sysadmins attributed their ability to empathize and their communication skills to their own past gendered experiences. For example, because they had been discriminated against or treated differently because of their gender. And they also attributed it to other people's gendered perception of them. For example, because they were perceived as more caring because they are a woman. Community support in the workplace is another way in which care shows up. This takes the form of a good workplace atmosphere where there is mutual trust among coworkers and people feel free to be themselves. We also see, sadly, in our study that such caring workplaces are not at all the norm. And this brings me to the lack of care and how it contributes to an uncaring workplace culture. So because sysadmin work and care work both tend to be invisibilized, it creates an environment where care work is not seen or recognized at an organizational level. And this makes it difficult to perform care-related tasks, which then leads to high workloads, reduced motivation, and exhaustion for sysadmins. This contributes to an uncaring workplace culture. The series, The Bastard Operator from Hell, by Simone Travaglia, is an example of this. The series is about a rogue system administrator who takes out his anger and frustrations on system end users who constantly pester him for help. And while this can be seen as a way of venting in a clearly highly demanding profession, these attitudes cause real harm to the sysadmins and to the people that they interact with. One way to disrupt this cycle of uncaring is to care more for the care work that is being done by sysadmins. To care for sysadmin work is to visualize this work. It is to appreciate the scope and the critical nature of the work that is being done by sysadmins. And when it comes to workplaces and organizations, it is also about acknowledging the exclusion that is already taking place and the ways in which it is taking place, and then find ways to counter that. Creating a culture of care is a step towards creating equitable workplaces. Places where sysadmins feel free to be themselves. Caring workplaces are one that put people first and foster supportive communities. And this is ultimately important for diversity and inclusion in the workplace. So in the end, I just want to emphasize the important role of care, both in and for system administration work. This carefulness is an important step towards creating equitable workplaces and inclusive workplaces, and also equitable systems and equitable places for those who manage these systems. That's all from my side. Thank you for listening, and I would love to hear the ways in which you've noticed care or the lack thereof in your workplaces. Thank you.
Clicker. Yeah, okay. Hi, my name is Sasha. I think many people here know me already, and I'm going to talk a little bit about accessibility and RIPE. And so first of all, I'm going to give a bit of basic introduction and then talk about some specifics of RIPE meetings. For one, there's a lot more than wheelchairs, because usually when people think about accessibility, they think there's normal people and there's wheelchair-bound people with paralyzed legs that surely can't stand. But actually there's a huge range of different abilities, mobility aids, and needs that people have, self-sufficiency or not. It might be temporary, it might be long-term, might be a broken ankle, might be a permanent injury. Some are visible, some are not at all. And there's also a lot of dynamics, so that you can do certain things, but not too much or not always, and you don't always know. A few disclaimers in advance. I am more aware than most people about different mobility needs, but I can actually still do a lot compared to many other people. So that influences my experiences, and also I'm only talking about mobility here. And I want also to stress that everyone has different relations to their limitations. And so I have one view, but there's different cultural ideas around that. Also, I just wrote these slides yesterday. I was having the same conversation 10 times. I thought, I'll just write slides for it. This is not a excellently rehearsed talk or planned. So it might be a little rough. Also, a few do's and don'ts that are the most common ones I see. Some people care strongly about disabled person with disabilities. Disabled is usually also used when it's more long-term. I don't care about that one myself, but there are a fair number of people who prefer the second. Never terms like wheelchair bound, differently abled, people of determination, that's the worst. Handy capable, confined. A mobility aid is something you use. It exists to serve me. It enables things to be able to do things that you could otherwise not do. It is not a thing that confines you. Also, for most people, mobility aids are an extension of ourselves because it helps me do things that I otherwise cannot. Don't move them, use them, lean on them, hang your coat on them or anything, sit on them without asking. Sitting on my walker is like sitting on my lap, like you have to ask and we have to be friends. Also, so one of the most common ones I see is that people start making assumptions when they see you having difficulty with certain things. A lot of people, especially if something is long-term, are incredibly well aware of their own abilities and limits. So don't make assumptions, but rather inform what the situation is. For example, this little ledge at the main room entrance, for me, this is no problem at all, as long as I can see it. So it's even lighting dependent as well. For other people, I think this one is low enough that it's almost not an issue for anyone, but I don't actually know for sure myself. And I often see these kind of assumptions rather than being told what the situation is. So one of the key things is to make things accurate and detailed. So venues will mislead you. They will say, yeah, it's accessible, and it won't be. Things like having an accessible toilet. Is it actually accessible, or did they stuff it with storage? And is the key with a person who is in some other country and they don't know, and now they have to call? Or like, oh no, it's only one step, we'll just lift you, things like that. And also needing to justify use is very unpleasant. I once had a venue for a different event where I wanted to use the elevator, and the manager, it was apparently very difficult, and the manager got a little annoyed and at some point popped over the bar to see what my legs looked like, to see if I was going to be able to use the elevator. Also for workarounds, sometimes people think you can just lift a person and their wheelchair, absolute no-go. You cannot lift people unless you are very specifically trained for this. You'll drop them and they'll be stuck with consequences. Some people can walk without help for a while. Some people cannot. Some aids you can lift, like a walker, a wheelchair. An electric wheelchair, impossible. You won't get it off the ground. So for one, workarounds are always, we prefer not to have them at all. But also there, don't assume, but ask, and don't think you'll just do something or they'll just do something. And also it hurts independence and dignity when you need help for something. Also, saying I'm sorry is not a workaround. If I got an IP for this, every time someone said I'm sorry to me this week, I'm so sorry, then I would, yeah. It's nice to know, of course, that people do care and that they're trying to learn. But I think, I wish I had a clicker, because I think I got apologized to about 30 times for the stairs at the social event. And so after a while, this gets a little awkward and I feel like I'm comforting the other person. Event travel in general is hard. This is not my device, fortunately. It is a huge amount of extra effort, research, planning, because you don't know what barriers you're going to encounter. You got to deal with your transport. How do you get from the airport to the hotel? Is the hotel sufficiently accessible? How do you carry your luggage? Some people have medication that is complicated. The conference venue, the social events, any mobility aids, which ones do you bring? Will they suffice? And also, someone is going to screw up. Like if you bring a mobility aid on a plane, they might just shred it completely. People have actually died because of this, because they'll give you a loaner, but it won't be as good. So that is just on top of this, just getting here. I do want to say that since I've been here, the meeting team, other NC staff have really made an effort to adjust things. I've also, people make space for me when I need to get through something. I've not had to run anyone over yet, but there's time. My walker at home is a little bell, but this one is a rental and doesn't. And I do manage pretty well, because I I can still do a lot. I just can't do it as often and it's harder. So I'm still pretty agile, but the accessibility is actually really awful. I mailed in advance and I was told my foldable walker, this one, for these folds are pretty tiny, wouldn't fit. And like maybe you can take a taxi, which would bring up about 200 euro in extra costs. I just was like, no, this is really weird. I'm just going to ignore this and show up and it's fine. There was basically no info in advance at all, nothing on the website. The word accessibility isn't even mentioned there, I think. And so some barriers, there's no information up front, so I have no idea what I'm getting myself into, what I can get to or not. The 2 hotel buildings and the shuttle isn't accessible, something I didn't know in advance. Of course, having this session in a room that is completely not accessible. The stairs to get to the social events were intense and unpleasant. Social event didn't have an accessible toilet. I can manage, a lot of people could not. They did put up a ramp, which is nice, and it's got moved down here as well. This was already a challenge with the hotel, apparently. Works for me, however, the ramp is the space is too narrow, so if you can't hop your 8 onto the ramp, you can't get through. I also think it was a fire hazard. It was blocking one of the exits. And also things like this. When I made this photo, I could still fit through. This afternoon, I couldn't because as people sit, they move the chairs back slightly. Also here, my handles are high and I can navigate. If you have a wheelchair, you could not get through here. Of course, you can ask, but every time you have to ask like, oh, can someone change this? Can someone move this? It's unpleasant. You don't get to be independent. Oh yeah, like there's an accessible toilet, but it has a door closer. So if you're gonna hold the door open while you get in, door opens inside, which is less safe. Also, you don't get to see what you look like because there's no mirror. Also, again, I manage, but it's, so we really need to do better, especially if we look beyond my limitations, because I manage, I mean, it's not as pleasant as it could be, but if you had any more limitations, like if you can't or barely stand at all, this would be an absolutely miserable experience. It would be incredibly expensive and still suck. People have still made their best effort to make on-the-fly accommodations, but I did not get the impression anyone had ever thought about this before. And like, I think one of the big things is also having this kind of info in advance, because you don't want to guess when you get here, and you can't wait for someone to show up and run into problems, especially if they can't adapt as well as I can. They'll just self-select not to come because you don't want to take the gamble. So yeah, I think there's lots to learn and lots to improve here. And me being here has already taught many people things about limitations, and I hope we can do better in the future.
Yeah, let's continue on this. Hi, everyone. I'm
Annika.
Yeah, I'm Annika. Hi, I write software. She's Maria.
Yes, and I typed this presentation in LaTeX.
Yeah, and often enough, I also get called a total nerd. So let's
So do I.
See what we have to contribute this from a slightly different perspective. Over the last,
you are speaking there.
Oh yeah, I should maybe more speak here. So over the last couple of RIPes, we kind of noticed the pattern, especially on when it comes to socials. It's conversations like, are you going to the RIPE social? And the answer is often, no, it's too loud for me. Or on other things, then, for example, yeah, well, let's meet on Wednesday, maybe in the morning or so. No, I'm still kind of drained. I'm still recovering from the social.
I think you have seen that these are two different people, because that one person who did not go there cannot be recovering, or they may be recovering from the social because they prepared to go there and they then found out that it isn't for them and they are still recovering.
So we then, so we made these slides and handed in this presentation pretty much in the short term, pretty much right after we attended this Tuesday's social. And one thing we found was, yeah, okay, this there is like loud music like everywhere. It's not only that there is this band in the front, but also the music is rebroadcasted to the other side of the venue, which made like this loudness and the music present everywhere. Also, entrances or spaces were very crowded. It was really hard to get through, even if you wanted to, for example, get fast out of some very narrow situation and want to get some space.
Especially when we are coming into that person who was navigating everybody to the top floor with that very loud DJ was very annoying.
So then we were thinking, okay, this place actually sounds a bit loud, not so loud. It's actually a bit more spacious. And then we found out it was the smokers' lounge, which was just going great because
there was actually at in the corner one person smoking a really big cigar and nobody else, but it was still smelling.
Yeah, it was fantastic stuff. Also, yeah, it's like, okay, here, have something to drink, I guess.
Basically,
so,
you have wine, yeah. And here you have another wine. Do you want something which is non-alcoholic? Well, please ask.
Or, yeah, there is water, but I mean, water is kind of boring. I mean,
to add a context, I am coming from Czechia. For example, like 70% of Czechia has some problems with not alcoholism in full scale, but there is still something around this, and we are the country with the highest consumption of beer ever. For like last 50 years, excluding 1 year when Belgium was above us, and the Czechs reacted like, hey, we have to drink more, and they occupied the pubs.
Yeah, this was surprising for me, coming from Germany as well. So, I mean, so we were thinking, so what are things that we would actually need? So, I mean, we kind of like to socialize. We kind of like to hang around with people, but what are the needs to deal with some more stressful situations or more crowded situations? So it comes down usually to reducing sensory load, or yeah, and this can, for example, be achieved by a room with a bit less, and yeah, this is done by finding, for example, a space with a bit less noise, and like there is no football or someone screaming or people really being loud and shouting, and yeah, no music, which does not mean it should be a silent room or so. It should just be a bit
well, it should not have another source of sound other than the people themselves. And it should not encourage people to make loud sounds in itself, like, for example, playing table football. And no, toilet is not the right place. And I know some people are doing this, like sitting 10 minutes on the toilet just to get some quiet place.
Another thing is, so this entirely boils down to, I mean, we know we are maybe a bit weird, maybe we are, yeah, I mean, we've been around parties and spaces for a while, and we developed coping mechanisms, right? I mean, having coping mechanisms is good, but it would be really nice if there would be other coping mechanisms available than basically numbing yourself with alcohol first. So how can we enable this? So, for example, to reduce sensory load, and yeah, it's basically giving a space to disconnect for a bit. This can be either done alone or even in situations where we disconnect together. So like getting into like a headspace for thinking about interesting problems. Or
there were 2 people playing chess there.
Yeah, and I think this is actually a really good way, because we were basically at one point just sitting there inventing very fantasy routing protocols just for fun.
It was very cursed indeed.
So, but yeah, we kind of do this because we socialize by exchanging ideas and like to disconnect from all this around us, and we maybe not want to dance all the time, but kind of have the ability to then engage with the dancing on our terms, like when we can.
Actually, we sometimes want to just end up here for a while.
I mean, it's a bit of a cliche, but I mean, maybe sometimes it's true. So
be honest, how many of us actually found yourself in such a situation, enjoying it? There are some hands, thank you.
So, I mean, this can be nice. I mean, so what can be done to? I mean, we are now a bit whining around about all this. So, what can we actually do to make an event like last Tuesday a bit more accessible and a bit more fun for us? So it would be, for example, a good step to just not broadcast music everywhere and just have this one room, not. Also give us ways to engage with ideas, with zoning out, disconnecting, playing a game, like adding a whiteboard, for example, so we can just scribble around things or have some paper somewhere.
There is a running joke about inventing a protocol or a new technology on a napkin. Why should we why should we stay with napkins? We can have these things like professionally prepared. We are like a group of nerds here, aren't we?
Yeah, maybe provide games like having a chessboard ready, which was there, but it was a completely wrong location. It was upstairs with the DJ, which was then kind of, But it's kind of illustrating the point of this providing a way to zone out, to disconnect a bit, and even get into a space where you can focus and tune out the loud music a bit. So
it also brings us back to the point of Sasha, who said, please let us know in advance. Yes, if we knew in advance that we could bring our board games, I would pack 3 of them, and we would enjoy the evening much more.
So yeah.
And then is.
But then this brings us to this venue itself. So.
Yeah. Imagine that you feel really bad and you need just to run out. You can run either on the road or into the golf club. Well, thank you, no. Also coming here means to sit into a taxi, because otherwise you have to walk for quite a long time around a road. It means you have to sit in a car with a stranger. Let it sink what it means for somebody who had been assaulted before. It's still a stranger, and you don't know who is the taxi person, who is the taxi driver who comes for you. This is kind of very annoying. I get very often here yes sir from the people of the hotel, and even though I am used to automatically reply lady, they are still keeping this, and it's very annoying. And if you want to just go away and have a meeting, hey, just go downstairs into this long liminal space, and then somewhere there is a completely empty and haunted meeting room if you don't get eaten by a group.
Yeah, so you might as well just go to your room and, well, you need a taxi to go to your room, but this is completely, yeah. So how to fix this? Yeah.
Well, we don't know, but please, if there is somebody who is selecting the next venue, please think about it at least a bit. Also, we'd like to say that there are also people, already people from Poland who approached, notably us too, and they were asking very diligently and very fair about what the needs are. So at least I think that all those things are moving, and we'd like to say, please continue and please add more to it. It's the good way.
Exactly. Thank you.
And remember, upgrade from bird 1.
I just want to thank all the speakers. This was wonderful, and thanks for all the constructive suggestions. I think Karla made lots of notes, and there's so many things we can improve. And it was really good that you came here and spoke up. I really enjoyed that session, and it was very useful.
Hi, Son and Stefan. Couple of notes. Years ago, about 8 years ago, I had a massive burnout, and yeah, I can sympathize. At that time, I would just not go to the socials because I knew I would be completely overloaded sensory. So I definitely know how it feels. But yeah, I also like the dancing. So you know, it would be nice if you can dance a bit and then go to a place where you can let your emotions sink a bit. So yeah, the other one is that I've been involved with organizing an event for like 800 people, and we got a really good reputation for accessibility. But you need to build that over the years. And one of the things we have is actually we have people on the team who are in a wheelchair and people who have other mobility problems, and they actually join the scouting team, go out, see how the accessible toilets are, and there's just so much experience that living that life brings with it, that outside I think it's very hard for somebody who never experienced that to judge it. So we actually I would encourage the NCC to actually work with people who have mobility problems to scout the venues and see what can be done, because otherwise you're bound to miss a lot of things. It's very hard to do right, but when you build the reputation that you do it right, it is also very rewarding, and you see people who feel isolated suddenly flock to your meetings because you're one of the few that does it right.
Hi, Urban Schodolnik. So for the socials, yeah, thank you very much for pointing out all of those things. Like, I do like the socials, but you know, I think everybody gets at some point in the situation where it has like a sensory overload. Or I just remember, like, I was having a conversation with someone, and we were going through the whole socials venue to find a place to talk inside. And also, you know, it's sometimes is an opportunity here. We are also, when we talk to each other, we do make friends, and sometimes you have a conversation that you know, you want to actually understand what the other person is saying. So I think those points are very good. For this, yeah, for if you wanted to have a conversation with somebody and actually care what they're saying, you had to go outside, and that worked for me. But what if it would be raining or snowing? And that would make, I would say, even for me, that well, now I'm putting it weird, but like, I really like the socials the way they are, but I would feel very uncomfortable if I would have no escape to the outside, and maybe we should solve that. So everybody finds their place to either geek out, have a conversation, play a board game, and do what the social is meant for. I'm connecting.
Hi, Nat Morris. I really enjoyed your presentation. Oh, sorry. Hi. Yeah, Nat Morris. I enjoyed your presentation. One of my observations of coming to RIPE over the years is that I missed the terminal room. Like 12 years ago, there was a room that had desks lined up that people could go in there with their laptops and use. Oh, hello? Oh, sorry. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so one thing I miss from 12 years ago is the terminal room. It used to be quiet, and people would go in there and you could sit and you could concentrate without having to listen to people on conference calls. Another observation in the recent years is I found that if I went back into a room at lunchtime where people had gone to lunch, there would be like dance music playing constantly. And it often wasn't as quiet as it possibly could, where you needed a break from folk and some isolation.
Hi. Hi, Harry Cross here. I'm just thinking, we're sat here on late into the evening on a Thursday talking about this, and it kind of feels like we're a little bit buried at the bottom and forgotten. Let's not add to the fact that we appear to be sitting here in a basement with an inaccessible flight of stairs and no lift. And I think that just kind of feels quite odd to me. And coming from somebody with sight issues who can't see very well, getting down those flight of stairs is a wonderful experience. There's a couple of steps that are marked and the rest of them aren't. And there's no handrail either. And I've noticed that this was a thing on the boat as well. You're sat there trying to get down there, to be honest, a quite sharp flight of stairs with not much of a handrail and not much marked out. And I think I'm pleased to see there is work being done, but I think there's more. I think there's also more to do, and I apologize if that sounded quite harsh.
Hisham Ibrahim, RIPE NCC. I just wanted to say we've taken, I appreciate all the feedback, and we've taken notes of them, and we will try to do better. But I promise you all the shortcomings that you've pointed out are things that we have been trying for a long time to fix here. Since the selection of this hotel, the first thing we were aware of is the accessibility. I remember the first time I heard about it as like, aren't we in an EU country? These things should have been resolved a long time ago. So I want to apologize because he told me not to apologize, but we have been working on that. And yes, I think we should be doing better. Maria Annika, I'm happy that the person that you did not name went and talked to you. It was also very important for us, for Poland, to understand what the needs are. And we will put more information on the website. Accessibility also will be there. We're taking note of all this. We thank you for everything you said. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for coming. I think that was really constructive, and I think this is a really important session, and thank you for coming. See you later.